Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with the conclusion of a very, very special game. This is the first time that I have ever run Fiasco here on the channel. It's the first time that I've ever run it digitally, or virtually, I guess is probably a better way to put that. But the first half went amazing, and it is a tangled web, and I cannot wait to see how it all plays out and which little flies end up caught in the web. I think it's going to be multiple, pretty sure. But we're here to find out. So tonight is going to be Act 2 of our Fiasco Clue game. I'm really excited because this is a fantastic group of players. And I'm really, really excited to have the opportunity to kind of bat these scenes back and forth with some of these players and to throw some dice around and figure out what exactly happens with these characters. But before we do that, same kind of warning that I give on the beginning of all of my games, and that is if foul language and mature subject matter are problems for you, then this is not a good game for you to watch. There will be murder at some point. So, yeah, if those kinds of things are a problem, then avert thine eyes. If they are not, however, then take a seat. Stay a while and listen. What else? I'm going to pass things over to my players before we get started so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you might be able to find them, what they might have going on, things of that nature. And then I think we're going to go over a brief recap, touch on what we established during the tilt, and then we'll start Act 2. So we're going to start going counterclockwise over here with Austin.
I'm Austin. I don't do anything on the internet. All right.
Fabulous.
I'll be playing Emerson.
Chad. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I don't really generally have a lot to say in intros, but I am very excited to get back to Fiasco because this game was a blast last time, and I cannot wait to see what happens. And it's going to be real interesting to see who it is that ends up dying, because I got some ideas, but we'll see.
It's anybody's guess at this point, as far as I'm concerned. Because the first half certainly did not go quite like I had expected, so which is exciting. I like that. I like heading into a game and not really knowing where it's going to go. All right. Speaking of not really sure where it's going to go, next is Chad.
I mean, that's pretty much my MO for my whole life, so thank you. Yeah, hi guys. I am around on the internet a lot. You'll see me over on MTD every Thursday for our Kids on Bikes game. You'll see me at least once a month on this channel for our Caldwell Western game every second Tuesday of the month?
Yes.
We're trying to do? Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Every second Tuesday of the month, we have a Western Caldwell game here. Please check that out. The first session was fantastic and amazing, and we had a ton of fun. I can't wait for the next one. And then I am occasionally now, because of holiday breaks and stuff, I'm occasionally over on Roll 20 or Roll.
God damn, Chad's moving up in the world.
No, I'm not. Never mind. That's my mental note. I want that. I want Dimension 20, but that'll take a while. No, I play over on Roll Call RP on Twitch. We usually played every Saturday, but because of holidays, ? I don't know. I might be there, I might not. Otherwise, yeah. I love this game. I'm very excited to get back into it. This has been a blast so far, and I love Fiasco. It's got a very, very near and dear to my heart thing. So all of these players are fantastic and special, and I cannot wait to see who I kill first. Yes, let's go. I'm just gonna call it out. Yeah, put it out there, right? Because if the expectation is yes, it'll happen, but if it doesn't, then I don't feel bad.
There you go.
I love that we're manifesting.
Let's. Chad's a manifesting king. Let's get real.
Manifest destiny. Let's go.
Know what you want and go after it. You know.
Yes.
That's how you make things happen. Speaking of making things happen, next we have Sara.
No. Okay. Hi guys. I'm Sara, AlicexAnn on basically all the socials. I run my own Call of Cthulhu game every other Friday. I am on AesirSyn's channel every Sunday at 10:30 in the morning for Hijinks for All. I am on Jeremy's channel for our household game, which we hope to make more than 3 or 4 sessions, so this should be fun for us. I am also on Mini Terrain Domain every other Tuesday for our Sky Metal Iron Gods game. So you can see me in many places. I am otherwise very hidden because, you know, this stuff makes me nervous. I am very excited to get back into this. Very excited to play with everybody. I've missed everybody, and I can't wait to see where this goes.
Yeah, I'm super eager to find out how this all wraps up, because it is such it truly is anybody's game at this point. Like, there's no telling how things are going to develop because things change so fast in Fiasco. Yeah, I'm super duper excited. Speaking of super duper excited, next is Cari.
Hello, it's me. I'm Cari, and obviously I'm here, and I'm super excited about it. You can also find me on Monday nights on Mini Terrain Domain, where we play Scribes and Scrolls. That's always a blast. Hello, cat. You can find me on Thursday nights on Mini Terrain Domain, where we play Kids on Bikes. That's also a hoot. On one Wednesday a month, also on Mini Terrain Domain, we play Mythos Tales, which is Call of Cthulhu, and that is a blast. I don't know who's running our next one, but we have an idea, and it's going to be a blast. On certain Wednesdays, I play over on Emporium for the Wayward Gamer with our good friend Jay and Hawkmere, and also our other friend Jeff. We play some Pathfinder 2E over there. And once in a while, I play other kinds of games on another channel called Dice Tales Live. So I'm everywhere. I'm like the wind. And I love getting a chance to play cool games with cool people.
Very excited to have you back, Cari, as always. I'm lucky enough to get the chance to play with you on a weekly basis now, but getting to run games for you is always great. But for everybody that's in this game, honestly, is the case. This is somewhat of a dream team for me. I think this is a great selection of players who build off of each other and work together really well. All right. Speaking of built really well, last but certainly not least, Jacob Norman.
This man.
Hey internets, it's Jake from Mini Terrain Domain, where 1, 2, 3, nope, 4. Austin, we need to get you over on Mini Terrain Domain so we can just complete the collection.
You have to add to Jake's menagerie of humans.
Yes, I'm collecting players for my channel.
Yes, all of the players.
I mean, I pretty much
like
own
the Infinity Stones.
I pretty much own Jeremy and Cari at this point with the number of times. Actually, M as well. I think I own their souls completely. But no, it's obviously we have a lot of shows that we run over on Mini Terrain Domain on Twitch. As they've pretty much all been mentioned. Scribes and Scrolls Pathfinder 2E on Mondays. Every other Tuesday, Sky Metal Iron Gods, which is a D&D 5th edition game. Once a month on Wednesdays, Call of Cthulhu. We dabble in different Cthulhu systems. We call it Mythos Investigators. And we'll be back with that in the new year. Maybe have a couple of one-shots. Thursdays is our Kids on Bikes. Last night, we just had our spooky Halloween episode taking place in a haunted house. And we announced that it is the beginning of the end of season 1. We will be having a season finale that will be ending in about 3 weeks. And there will be a big surprising reveal for the second season in that finale. So also occasionally, obviously here for this and for household, and whenever I can find the time to be in a Jeremy game, I definitely make that a priority. And I can also be found once a month, although in November it will be twice a month, over on Nerdarchy, where I play alongside our friend Ted in a game called The Old Guard, which we play a bunch of retired adventurers back for one last time to solve the mystery of one of our own whose daughter was murdered in a setting that we call we describe it as Da Vinci punk. It has elements of steampunk. It has this sort of Renaissance feel to the city, but with a heavy fantasy. And Robin has set up an amazing mythology in there. And I play an Aesimer. Sara, you will actually recognize this character by reputation. I play an old Aesimer who is sort of the party dad, even amongst all these old folks, and he doesn't get mad. He just gets disappointed.
It's very disappointed. Oh, dang.
He underwent a little bit of a different presentation for this game, but it worked out so well, so I was glad I was able to keep playing him. And like everybody else, I'm looking forward to this game. This Fiasco has literally been only the second time that I've ever played a Fiasco game. The first time being a sort of Fiasco light that a mutual friend of some of ours had dabbled in, which streamlined everything. It cut it down to a basically take everything that we're going to do tonight and imagine reducing that down in terms of time and things like that. But it was no less enjoyable. And I am looking forward to my to everybody here sudden but inevitable betrayal.
As it only can be. Yeah, man. Always a pleasure to have you on. Okay, so I think we're gonna do a brief recap. I'm gonna try to keep it as truncated and succinct as I can. And basically, we're all a bunch of terrible people. So we have sisters up at the top who don't really get along. One of them is the child who seemingly got everything that she wanted. The other was kind of always constantly in her shadow. Somehow, that relationship will be further defined, perhaps even tonight, by a hammer. We'll figure that out. Shifting over clockwise, we have a lavender marriage between the sister, who is the artiste, as well as Gilroy, who is also an artiste, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're both artistes. Yeah. Living in a luxurious penthouse in the city sometime in the 1950s, which is when our story takes place. We've already kind of gone back in time and seen as a flashback where they met for the first time. And all in all, there is probably the most healthy relationship in this entire game. But is also probably going to end up being the linchpin that makes it all fall apart at some point, I'm sure. All right, going on beyond that, we have Gilroy and his lover Emerson, who are carrying on a secret affair with one another, and they have to get revenge for the insult. I don't know if we've discovered what that is yet either.
I believe we did define what that was. Yeah, it was. He feels a need to get revenge upon Sydney for the insult of making the love of his life live a lie.
Live a lie. That's
because he thinks it's Sydney's fault. That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. He thinks it's Sydney's fault.
You're not bitter about it, though.
Let's not blame the person you're with. Let's blame the other person he's pretending to be with.
My God, what a fiasco.
Exactly.
Yes,
it's almost like
I'm
petty and
it's just a petty bitch.
Poor thoughts of people.
A lot of moving parts.
Amazing. And that's one of the things that makes this game so fabulous is the fact that it is so complex. All of the relationships are very complex. Emerson is tied to my character, Oliver, somehow by a balcony. We have touched on that a little bit, but I have a feeling it might come into play even more tonight. And our relationship is defined through crime. One of us being a murderer, the other being a witness. We've established that at some point in the Great War, Oliver saw Emerson killing someone and realized that he is a spy and or a murderer who he might want to hire. So, who he might want to hire, or why would he want to hire somebody who is a murderer? Well, because his business partner is how Jake's character, Harold, is tied to my character. We not only served together in the army, but we also stolen Nazi artwork and have been selling it on the black market and making us filthy rich ever since. We have our last sale tonight.
The artwork wasn't Nazi artwork. It was stolen by the Nazis.
Stolen by the Nazis. Fair enough, yes.
Don't give the Nazis too much credit.
Nazi dash stolen, not Nazi dash artwork.
Right.
Nazi art the Nazis stole, then we stole it back.
Yes.
It's
It just
also
felt
not
like an
art
important
of Nazis.
clarification.
Punctuation
stealing
matters.
things.
I don't want
True.
anybody to feel any bit of remorse to the Nazis.
No pictures of the
It's funny
Führer
because
here.
I was re-listening to the last session and I said literally those exact same words that Jake just said, like in the same order.
Stolen Nazi.
We're all terrible
It's not
people,
Nazi art.
but we're not Nazis, okay?
Everybody has a line.
We won't sell Nazi art here.
I love to imagine a gigantic argument breaks out between all of us and somebody like mentions Nazis and all 6 of us do like, dude, like immediately just like, whoa,
No, that's not cool.
Like, it's the only thing I can think of when I think of like Nazi art is like, I mean, Hitler's painter. Like, you just have a box full of Hitler's paintings. Like, oh, that's a weird thing to be selling. No.
I think even Harold and Oliver would have burned those paintings.
Yeah. Classical artwork that was stolen by the Nazis. Continue.
Correct. Yes,
indeed,
thank you.
indeed.
Yeah, artwork that the Nazis had rounded up, and we stole it back and have been trying to sell it. Oh no, successfully have been selling it ever since.
For a number of years.
Yeah, for a long time. And this
there's
tonight
just
at this
one
party,
final piece.
this New Year's Eve party, we're selling the last one, and then it's off to where did we decide? To Barbados, something like that.
I believe it was Barbados.
Something like that. We have plane tickets already bought, paid for, ready to go. However, there is a small hitch in our plan. And that hitch is, of course, Nancy. Nancy is the ex-wife.
Yes, but no one knows.
Yeah,
Recently divorced,
Except for
but
Sydney.
Except for
Yeah.
Sydney now. Yes.
Recently
Right.
divorced, but keeping up the pretense of marriage.
At least for
at this
tonight.
party.
Right. Yeah, again, the ink is still wet on the paperwork. Betrayed by a sordid affair. I don't know. Have we established who the affair was with?
I don't
Or
know.
do we
if
decide
we-
that
At
it
the
was just
very
a-
least, I mean, at the very least, there's an emotional affair with
Right.
Yeah.
Harold and Sydney.
That's right. The set. Oh my god. There's so much to this game. I could not keep it all in my head.
All these
Yeah.
I
interweaving.
completely forgot
All
about it.
these
Okay.
interweaving parts.
Yeah.
Because I did recently listen to the last one that we did.
I should
And
have.
and it was very much my brain instantly is stuck on the last scene that Sydney and Harold had
Oh,
where he
yeah.
kissed
Yeah, it was
her.
Oh.
Well, she kissed him.
That's right.
Yes.
Because that was like
She
a
kissed him
super
and Gilroy
intense
walked
scene.
in.
Oh my god. This is such a mess.
And Nancy is starting a committed relationship with Nancy. She's
Exactly.
starting a new adventure.
I'm
That's what
committed
I call
to
it.
me.
And she knows the truth about what Harold and Oliver have been up to. And Oliver is starting machinations for trying to take care of this problem.
And
So
I
I
had
think-
a very tense meeting with Oliver, if I recall, too, in the greenhouse.
in the greenhouse on the roof.
Tried to muscle him a little bit, and it did not go well.
That's right. Okay.
Because Oliver's starting to be an asshole.
Always has been, maybe. Even. Okay, so we did all of that. We established all of that both in the setup and in Act 1. At the end of Act 1, we had what is called in this game the tilt. And we used the dice that we had earned to roll results and determine who got to choose from a list of what the tilt elements were going to be that are going to show up and be introduced and make things even worse in the second act. And we rolled and got tragedy, death after an unpleasant struggle, and we also got guilt. Greed leads to killing. So keep those two things in mind as we move forward. For the most part, the gameplay is going to work the same as it worked in Act 1. Each one of us is going to get 2 scenes total. So we'll work our way around the table and do 1 scene for each character, and then we'll work our way around the table and do the second scene for each character. You get to choose at the head of each scene whether you want to establish the scene for your character or whether you want to resolve the scene for your character. Whichever you choose, the rest of us get to do the other thing for that scene. So if you establish, we resolve, and we decide whether it resolved badly or resolved well for your character. And if you resolve, then we get to establish the kind of the who, the what, and the where of your scene. The major difference in Act 2 is that when you finish a scene, instead of giving the die that you earn away to someone else, you keep it this time. So once we finish going through all of those scenes, then we will go through something called the aftermath, which is how we kind of find the finalities of what happens is the prologue or the epilogue for each of the characters at the end of this sordid tale. So, unless anybody has any questions or anything that I am missing,
I have one question.
Yes,
I
please.
was writing. The things we rolled were tragedy, death after an unpleasant struggle, and what was the last one?
Guilt, greed leads to killing. They are represented in the middle of our table here, just in case you need
I'm sorry.
to look. No, you're
Awesome.
all good. I tried to make sure that they were easily accessible throughout the game, so that way, just in case anybody needs to have a quick callback, it's right there.
Thanks.
Okay, anything else? Any other business we need to go over? No? Okay, and I figure we'll probably do the same thing. We'll go around once, finish everybody's first scenes, and we'll probably take our break then, and then come back and do the second one. Excellent. Let's do it. So, just like in the first half, the player who grew up in the smallest town has the first scene, which we established was Austin. So, Austin, would you like to establish or resolve?
I think I'm going to go with resolve because I don't think I have a good idea for this early in the act.
Fair. Very fair. Okay, gang, what are we thinking here?
Does he
what's going
still
on
get
with
to pick
Emerson?
his scene partner? Or
No, we choose all of that typically.
Yeah, you guys. I like this. I found a cheat sheet of like a very quick version of Fiasco, and it's fun. And it's nice. I'll send it to you guys because it's just like
please do.
It's a very like it's not super. It's like who sets up decides characters, location, and setting. Whoever resolves decides whether the scene ends positively or negatively. I'm like, oh, this is just real quick. Just cutting to the heart of it.
Well,
Perfect.
speaking of cutting to the heart of it,
Nice.
my patience has never been my strong suit. I want Emerson to have a scene with Sydney right out of the gate.
Ooh, okay.
I want
So a
that.
confrontation scene of some kind, maybe.
Perhaps.
Okay.
I like this
So-
idea.
We already had. Did we have midnight yet? No, we were like an hour away from midnight.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, we
I
haven't
think we
hit
discussed
midnight
it was
yet.
like either an
Yeah.
hour or 30 minutes to midnight.
Yeah, it was pretty close
Okay.
to midnight.
Yeah, I think we kind of had discussed as a group like the culmination would be like midnight, like the dropping of the ball.
Yep.
Okay. So maybe if this is an hour before midnight.
Is Sydney still like sequestered and upset after the accidental catching of those two getting ready to fuck?
Maybe.
Why did interrupt us?
And put a sock on the door.
I think honestly she's more upset about, having nothing.
Oh,
In
her
her
life in
life?
shambles, of
Oh,
course.
Her
Yes.
life
yeah.
in shambles. Like I think at this moment she would probably be just coming out of like the restroom from freshening up probably. And she did ruin the moment, for Emerson and Gilroy. Gilroy apparently left and she doesn't know that.
Okay. Yeah. So it's maybe like in the hallway outside the bathroom kind of thing.
Mhm.
Okay. Great. Scene is set. Whenever y'all are ready, take it away.
Yeah, so Emerson will emerge out of the room with the art. And probably I think it's just it's one of those things where they both kind of emerge from opposite doors at the same moment and
They
have
lock
that
eyes.
awkward evening. I think Gilroy headed back out. I wanted to look at the art for a little longer. How's everything?
I mean, it's as well as it can be, I suppose. I do hope you're enjoying yourself.
Oh, yes. Your home is shockingly lovely.
Well, it is practically our home, if I'm not mistaken. So,
fair point. Can I be frank with you?
Of course. What is it?
Why keep up this charade with Gilroy? Why can't you let him go?
You think it's me? That's cute. That's cute, my darling. Oh, that's funny. This whole thing, the only reason that it was my idea was because he was scared at the time. He didn't know what to do. I offered this as a way to help him have a cover. This way he has a house and he can still have his fun, and I've offered to set him free. He doesn't want to. Though, who knows? As someone once told me, new year, new beginnings.
Yes, maybe it could be. Maybe it could be. And I think with that, he would just try to walk away.
Oh, Emerson, just one moment, please. And you watch her kind of slip back into this restroom really quick. And it takes a moment before she comes out, and in her hand is this very small folded piece of paper. And the clicking of her heels is a little bit rushed as she comes up to you. She leaves maybe like a 3 to 4 inch gap between the two of you as she offers you this piece of paper.
Yeah, he's definitely leans back a bit, what? Thank you.
Don't worry, I don't bite. Keep that with you.
What was that?
Keep that with you. Don't look at it until after midnight. Okay?
Ooh.
I'll just slip it into his pocket, as you wish.
Perfect. Go enjoy yourself. I need to change out of all of this. I need to put something else on. So if you could leave my bedroom.
thought we were in the hallway. Oh,
You're too close to my door.
right. Well, I was trying to leave until you told me to come back, but I'll. Sure. Would you like the last word? All right. Well, good talking to you. And he's going to turn back to the party.
That's badass.
Somewhere there's a cat.
Saucer of milk table too.
Yep.
All right.
I
Austin?
think despite how proud I am of that last line,
That was
I think
beautiful.
that was probably a black die. Like that didn't
Okay.
go well for me.
No.
I confronted the person I have been holding responsible for something and was immediately shut down.
You were
Although,
immediately told it was your boyfriend.
I'm gonna hold on to would you like the last word if I ever get into another last word off again, because that is so like I just like that's the most deflating thing I could think to say.
Oh my
Like,
god, it's good. It's
if
so
you
good.
say
It's
anything,
so
I'm like,
delicious.
you're welcome. Bye.
Oh, delicious. Trump card. Ugh.
Amazing. All right. So we have the black die. We have assigned it to you. So you have 2 black die and 2 white die going forward. So I
Nice.
guess I am next then with Oliver. I think I also am going to choose to resolve. I think I'm going to let y'all establish for me.
Now, didn't Gilroy have a scene with Oliver, like right
Yeah.
at the end? Remind me something. There were like veiled threats and shit in that
Yes.
scene
Yeah.
too.
So in that scene, I remember it because part of me wishes I could retcon it and go back, but I can't. I took the opportunity to go talk to Oliver outside because I
Oh.
wanted to know more about Harold. Because in that sequence, his mind is, oh no, Harold knows. So now Harold might know. So now I have to do something about Harold. So I went to Oliver thinking that Oliver would tell me, but he didn't really give up Harold. And so because he didn't, now I believe I asked him to help me with my problem. So I think we went back into the party and something was going to happen from that. That's what I remember.
Okay. I want Oliver to have a scene with Harold. Then.
Okay.
And does he keep that shit to himself, or does he let it slip, or does he intentionally tell him? Or I think that's kind of a good premise. Like, by the way, Gilroy's trying to have you yeeted off this balcony.
Well, like a classic, like checking in on the conspiracy
Yes.
kind of scene. Because now you've roped so many people into it.
It's the
Right?
worst kept secret at this party.
Yeah. What's a good location for this? I mean, that balcony's been getting a lot of work.
I was gonna say the balcony has been getting a lot of work.
What about like a sub basement in this apartment building? Like
We're in a
like
penthouse. Why are we going all the way down to the basement?
yeah, I'm thinking
That's
like
private.
what about like a study?
Oh, or
Like a like
Yeah,
one of
there's
it's
a
like super
study, there's a
fancy
draft-
like whiskey bar.
There's a draft room.
Yes.
Yeah.
cart.
Yes.
Yeah, a
there's-
draft room.
There's a draft room there. Yeah, for sure. 100%.
Oh yeah, perfect. That's even better. Yeah.
Okay. And we did introduce and meet the buyer last time, right?
Mm-hmm.
The person that was buying the art.
Yes.
Yep,
He's a
Mr.
Scotsman, I think.
Crimson.
What was it?
Mr. Crimson.
I think he was a Scotsman.
Mr. Crimson. That's
And
right.
he was played by David Tennant. Yeah, I remember that.
That's
That
right.
Well,
Okay.
Yes, that was a flashback scene.
Yep.
He came and went, but left the art. Is that right?
Yes, he was only coming from what I was under the impression. You and Harold had had scheduled a meeting with the buyer. This is the buyer, but he works for somebody else. So he's like, oh, cool. Everything checks out, but now you need to be able to get it to us by midnight. If you like,
It
or
was by
tomorrow,
the next morning.
by the next morning. If it's not there, then I have people who will come get you.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then Emerson, you were just establishing that you were carrying the piece of art, right?
Not carrying it, no.
Oh no, you were just inspecting it or whatever.
Yeah, I was looking at
the
it because
ruse.
Yeah, I remember that my character is like a broker now.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
But I don't remember if I'm like I think I was brokering this deal somehow. Like I think I got Mr. Crimson's person to this party to inspect the art.
Okay.
So like at this point, you know that the art's been like verified, because they weren't. I think they weren't going to bring the money without having a check on it.
Yeah, and Harold was absent from that meeting. Oliver was like the proxy.
Yes.
Like, okay.
Yes.
Oliver was the only one in that room.
So he'd probably be expecting a meeting, a check-in.
Perfect. Okay, so we're in this study. There's maybe even like a few other people like still in the study, like on the other side of the room, and we're kind of hovering near this sideboard where these drinks are kind of being poured. And Oliver will approach and pour himself a drink and will kind of say under his breath to Harold, so I met with Mr. Crimson's man. Everything seems to be on its way. We should have the painting to them in the morning, and then we should have our payments.
So we're just a few hours away.
Yes,
there's no reason we should. There's absolutely no reason we should miss our flight.
Well, there may be one reason. And I want to say maybe even Nancy is one of the people that's still in this room.
Oh yeah.
And
Oliver's like laughing and schmoozing with somebody.
And Oliver like adjusts his glasses, but very much kind of like casts his look towards her to indicate that she is still a problem.
Looking over the top of my glass, you see my gaze narrows. Oliver. She's been more than a little problem.
Then what are we going to do about it?
Well, this is one of those situations where I've been hoping that would resolve itself when the deal is complete and we're on a plane out of here. But Oliver, she knows.
She knows about the deal, about the art.
I don't think she knows as much as she lets on that she knows, but she knows something is up. Listen, we're only a few hours away. What is she going to do? There's not a whole lot she can do at this point. I think she's gotten to the point where she's got her claws out, she's sharpening them, but it's not, I don't think it's a hostile. I don't think she has any, I don't think she's got it in it. Not that way. I think it's, those claws are out because they're desperately grabbing hold of anything they can to cling to some semblance of normalcy. I don't know. Did I tell you Nancy and I are quits?
You're divorced.
Oh, yeah. The papers are signed. It's a done deal.
Oh. And what I have to tell you might not upset you as much as I thought it might. Somebody here at this party that's not what they seem to be. No? They were talking about you.
About me?
Asking some very pointed questions, you know? Digging real deep. This person I just happened to know. I saw myself in the war. As a murderer. An assassin. I think Nancy might have her claws out further than you think.
You think Nancy has taken out a hit on me?
You always said that she had a mean streak.
Oh, yeah, she's a bitch through and through. That's part of why I fell in love with her in the first place.
Speaking of bitch, I hate to interrupt, but can I say one thing real quick?
Please.
Awesome. So I imagine there's a wide variety of glitterati at this party. And if you look over, Nancy, like, almost strategically, like, is laughing and, like, touching the elbow of the man she's talking to. And you just so happen to notice that it's a pretty high-ranking official in the Chicago Police Department. And she's laughing again, and she just kind of looks over her shoulder just for a second at you two talking. And then back to it.
Do you see who she's talking to?
It doesn't surprise me. It's kind of a step down, if you ask me. She's going from a decorated officer of the war to what? A high-ranking police chief here in town? From one officer to another. We know who the gentleman was.
Be as it may. As it stands, she doesn't have half of your assets yet. So, whatever she's offered to pay this gentleman to cross you off a list, it can't be as much as we can offer. So, maybe we outbid her and we pull the trigger first.
You saying what I think you're saying, Oliver?
I'm saying that you could use another drink. And he pulls the lid off the decanter and, like, fills your glass and fills his own. We've had to do a lot of hard things, Harold. One more thing, you said it yourself, we're this close.
You want to get out of here quietly. I wasn't exactly expecting to have to leave behind. Well, to leave carnage in our wake. Listen, we're West Point officers. We fought in the war. You don't think we can take an assassin that might have it out for me? You don't think I can handle myself? That we got to spend some of that money that's ours to try to stop this guy from doing whatever he's going to do? As I say that, I do hesitate before taking the drink you just poured me. And it's just very subtle. I just hesitate, and then without taking a drink, I set it aside. Listen, I hear what you're saying, Oliver, and I would be lying. I'd be lying to you if the thought hadn't crossed my mind more than once, and that was without a plot of betrayal to serve as a catalyst. But those were just thoughts. It's a few more hours, Oliver. We're going to be all done with this. I'll tell you what. You keep your eyes and ears peeled. I'll keep my eyes peeled. If there is somebody that's got it out for me, well, they're going to have to come and find me. But like I said, Nancy and I, we're done. The papers are signed. She's got nothing more she can take from me, and I've got nothing more I'm going to give her. I don't think we need to push it as far as you're talking about. And that's the final word on that.
No, you're absolutely right, Harold. You're absolutely right. It's probably just the booze talking. I mean, you know, I can't handle my alcohol. I never have been able to. Well, like I said, the buyer's all lined up. As long as we get the painting into his hands in the morning, then, like you said, we're free and clear.
Does Oliver smoke? I don't remember if we established that.
Probably. I mean, it's the 50s. Everybody fucking smokes.
Yeah, as you say that, I sort of put my hands on your shoulders, and I do that like I'm just sort of straightening your lapels. Like I said, Oliver, a few more hours. You're gonna make it. You'll be all right. And then, continuing sort of straightening your lapels, I just sort of open your jacket a little bit and reach into your inside pocket where you keep your cigarettes, and I pull the cigarette case or pack of cigarettes out and help myself to one of your cigarettes, and put the pack back in and reach inside your other pocket and pull your lighter out. Put that back in your pocket and just give it a little pat. Trust me, it's about to be a happy new year.
You're right. You're right. And I wouldn't have made it as far as I've gotten if it wasn't for you, Harold.
Thank you, Oliver. I always have. That's why I brought you along.
Make a good team. Just a little longer, and it's Barbados. Sand and sun.
Exactly. Now, enjoy yourself, Oliver. It's a New Year's party after all. Loosen up.
He finishes the drink, and through the bottom of the glass, kind of shoots a little bit of like a glare at Harold, and then sets the glass down and turns, nods, and walks away.
Awesome.
Okay.
I think that went well for Oliver. He got exactly what he wanted.
Yep.
Yeah, I think
White die.
I think a white die for sure.
Yep.
I think
Definitely.
I think he played Harold exactly the way
Like
that he
a
intended to.
Fiddle.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
I don't know where I think I've watched a few too many movies. I don't know where I got some of those total sort of what's the word I'm looking for? Narcissistic, very narcissistic attitude that Harold has over Oliver, and the very controlling yet semi-subtle maneuver of helping himself to your cigarettes. And
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But again, like it's almost like Harold's not the one who constructed that. It's almost like Oliver intentionally set that up.
And maybe it's just because I've been watching it,
so
and I know the character is different, but the visual appearance of Oliver in my mind is Mark Hamill as Pym in House of Usher. Not his portrayal per se, but just that visual representation. And I agree with you that if you saw a flashback scene to like 30 minutes earlier, you would see Oliver very deliberately putting the cigarette case in this pocket and the lighter in this pocket, though. Yeah, like he knew. He knows this is a Harold move.
Yeah. Remind me once the game is over, and I'll share who my inspiration for playing the character is from, or at least in part. Okay. So next up, we have Harold himself. Jake, do you want to establish or do you want to resolve your scene?
Oh man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man. It feels like a cop out to say I want to resolve like everybody else. Because I'm not quite sure where Harold's going after this encounter.
Yeah, no,
so
I think that's fine.
So yeah, I'll let you guys set it up and I will resolve.
I think I want Harold to have an interaction with Gilroy. That's at least my vote. Now that Harold has kissed Nancy and on paper those two are married, I think Harold probably knows the situation, but I want to see that interaction. I feel like I'm playing with dolls again. It's all
No,
right. Now kiss.
Now kiss. Now fight.
No, I totally agree. I think a Harold and Gilroy scene would be perfect.
I agree. What if Sydney is there as well?
Oh, I like that idea too.
What if like Harold just doesn't give a shit now? Like he's like, you know, maybe even a little brazen. That's juicy.
Like,
I like it.
Like Sydney is just with Gilroy, like trying to like just make sure that he knows everything's good. She's gonna be fine. She's fine.
It's fine.
Oh no, that's perfect because
I'm fine. I'm not dying inside.
I had something planned for something later, but like that works if this all aligns the way that my brain's thinking.
Just want Gilroy to punch Harold in the fucking face.
Oh wait, you wait for it. It's happening.
Or not. It's your scene. But I'm just saying.
No,
it's
if there's fan fiction of this game, I would write it as that.
We're shipping a fist.
Gilroy on the balcony with the shard of glass.
Okay, this is where? Okay, Christmas tree in the corner of the room. Like,
oh yeah,
I think
over in
like,
the corner of the living room.
Oh,
that's great.
And like Sydney is very
over the fireplace.
Sydney is very much a romantic, so there's like mistletoe hanging on the wall.
Oh,
that's where it takes place. Right there.
Awesome. Oh
yes.
But no, like specifically like 5 feet away from there, because Gilroy and Sydney have been at one too many Christmas parties where they stood a little too close to the mistletoe, like under it, and everybody came up to them and made them kiss. And so they know to like give just a little distance. Like the mistletoe's like right over there. Wow, we're not quite under it. Gotta have a little deniability.
But where Harold approaches from is mistletoe side of Sydney. So like the mistletoe's between the two of them.
Mistletoe work, obviously.
And as I walk up on Gilroy and Sydney, coming from mistletoe side, Harold, as was just established in the previous scene, has been pretty much drinking consistently since he's been here. But he's also a professional alcoholic. So he's not like blundering drunk, but he's definitely at that that stage where a few more barriers have dropped.
He's toasty.
Including decorum, as he walks up to the two of you, and I step up right up to both of you, and I put my hand on the small of your back, Sydney, as I'm standing next to you, and I say, I can't help but notice, Gilroy, how you have been avoiding the mistletoe all night.
Sydney is just frozen.
Harold, it's a party. I'm part host. Same as Sydney. When she's busy, I have to maintain the house. Look, we spend hours and hours together just avoiding. Are you a child? That's such a childish thing to ask.
Gilroy, settle down. Don't get your panties in a bunch. I was just making a joke.
You know, I can't help if we're making observations and want to make jokes. It's fine. I can't help but notice that you and Nancy haven't been eye nor hair of each other all night. I would think that someone who is still in a loving and caring relationship would want to be arm in arm with the one that they love. Am I wrong?
Oh, you're not. You're not at all wrong. Speaking of which, where is Emerson? It's like you said. Nancy and I are in a loving, committed relationship. We've been around each other all the time.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
We come to a party like this, it's a chance to be together without being together.
He takes notice of the hand on the small of Sydney's back.
Sydney has no idea what to do in this moment.
Yeah, no, and that's perfectly fine.
Help me.
Yeah, like if you look at him in a certain way, he'll definitely step in. But for him, he's like, okay, I'm trying to rack my brain for what I want to do. Okay. Yeah, no, I know what I want to do. It's fine. He looks to you. Sydney, I was actually wanting to come and speak with you for a moment about something. But clearly, and he moves closer to Harold. Just a moment. I'll need to speak to Harold for just a second, and I'll be right with you. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. No worries.
Mm-hmm.
If you give just enough space, you can be near. But
I think she would watch you, Gilroy, as even as she turns and kind of looks over her shoulder, and she would actually step until she was right underneath the mistletoe.
Perfect. He says, now here's the thing. You seem to underestimate the fact that I'm an artist, right? Sydney's an artist. I'm an artist. You know, the interesting thing about being an artist is that you're very observant. You're very aware of the things that are around you. And my friend, and he kind of like pats your jacket pocket where the tickets would be.
Yes. Oh my God.
The thing is, when you're observant, you catch all the little details that other people don't. So the next time you want to talk to me about my relationship and how things are going in my life, or the people that I love, maybe you should check your house before you check mine. Okay? And then he immediately turns to Sydney. Sydney, my love, I need you to go. I need you to go to the draft room. Okay? I need you to grab the hammer that we use for the frames. No particular reason. Just have it on you. Okay.
Okay.
He looks to you, and for the first time, because he wants No trace evidence. No trace evidence. No one to think anything. We're standing under the mistletoe.
Oh my God.
He grabs you by the waist, and then he whispers in your ear, I know you care about her.
Oh my God, you're getting noise gated, Chad.
Oh, I
Yep,
am.
you're
Is
getting
it being
noise gated.
really? Is it being really
Stage whispers.
whispery?
Stage whispers.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
Stage
I'll
whisper.
stage whisper. Okay, so he says, "Look, I know that I know how you feel about Harold. I know. Okay? I don't know if I can trust him, and I don't know if you should either. So I just want you to be safe."
I think the moment that happens, she will just kind of like very gently, and it's like it is the faintest touch that you'll feel on your cheek, and she kisses your cheek.
Mhm.
She doesn't say anything to you, but it's that very faint peck on your cheek.
Mhm.
And I think as her eyes hit yours again, you see this like little spark in her eyes before she starts to walk away. Like, I think she walks is she will like have to go past Harold to walk.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like she doesn't like there's a spark, but it's not it's like this. The best way that I can describe it is it's very much to her, for a split second, she thinks there's something there before it disappears, and she knows there's nothing there. And she is going to have to go past Harold. So I want to give the scene back to Harold.
Nice.
As you turn to walk past Gilroy, and I imagine Gilroy still keeping up the pretense, you turn to follow her as she walks away. Both of you might be a bit surprised to find that I am standing right there.
Oh.
So that as you walk past Sydney, not that I had overheard, I wasn't close enough to overhear. I just stepped
It's
up
just
there.
like
I just imagine Sydney probably bumped into her.
But close enough that Gilroy, when you turn around as Sydney walks away, I'm standing right there in your face.
oh.
And I say, I took a lot of balls to stand up to me the way you did. I'm impressed. Don't worry. Sydney and I go back a long ways. We've known each other for a while. Probably even longer than the two of you. If I wanted to, I could have made things happen at any time. So don't worry. Listen, Gilroy. My intention is not to set fire to your fantasy world. I'm not trying to burn anybody's house down. Come morning, I won't be your problem anymore. And you can continue on loving whoever it is you choose to love. But, and I say this louder, it's a New Year's party after all. And look, mistletoe. And I lean in and I give you a quick kiss in that very much not as non-romantically as possible. It's very much an aggressive, if in any way that could possibly be a bullying maneuver, it is a bullying maneuver.
That's a punch to the mouth with a kiss.
It's yeah, and I don't mean necessarily. Yeah, it's not necessarily that he's headbutting you, but he very much puts his hands on your shoulders and does the 1950s. You know, we shouldn't be kissing kind of, and it's 100%. Meant. In fact, to add that little level of insult. After he does that, he's going to tousle your hair as he walks away.
Ooh. man. Ooh.
I'm dying over here. Oh my god.
Now add a
I'm
little
so-
spice.
Okay, so much spice.
Warm all
You
over.
started
I
I'm a
like
little
it.
torn on the resolution. I kind of think, I kind of feel like
That
on
went
the
badly.
surface, Harold maintained the upper hand. Harold stepped all over Gilroy's toes and privately and a little bit publicly humiliated him. But I'm also inclined to say that it didn't go well because of the conversation between. I think I'm going to go black die because I feel, if anything, even though Harold thinks it went well, he's not doing anything but cementing himself as an asshole in everybody's eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, I think that makes good sense.
I mean, honestly, in back-to-back scenes, Harold is very much coming across as a narcissistic asshole. So yeah, I would have to say that's, yeah. This is my evil playthrough. I don't do evil playthroughs very often.
No. I can't. I always feel bad. Except right now when
Same.
I'm sitting with actual people and actual friends, then I can just be up.
The trick is to be with people who are actually your friends that you actually care about,
Right.
because they know you don't really mean it.
Right.
Because I just want to go on record as
God.
saying I felt really
Wow.
bad saying the hurtful homophobic things that I just said.
It's okay.
No,
We all know who you are.
absolutely.
God, this game.
That was
this
good
game
though.
It's
Holy
really
shit.
ramping up, y'all. It's really ramping
It
up.
is.
Okay.
It's almost like it's the second act or something.
Yeah, right.
Oh,
It's
man.
almost like this is the resolution. Okay, so next is Nancy. So Cari, would you like to establish or would you like to resolve?
I guess I actually I want to establish.
Okay.
And I think I finally want to talk details with Harold. Because Nancy has been smoking the reefers, as the kids say. And
that's right.
she is feeling a little paranoid all of a sudden about how she's going to get her money and how much it's going to be. And she's kind of been understanding that like tomorrow's the day. And she doesn't really have like a distinct plan of how to get her money. And so she wants to kind of flex on Harold one more time to make sure that he understands the plan. And I would say that I would probably go over to Harold with this strapping police officer with me. And she would just be like just laughing and
who's playing the
well,
police chief?
I mean, Austin, how you feeling? Do you want to play a big strapping?
Well, the thing about the Miller case is
Yes. Oh my God. Do you have a Tom Selleck mustache? Please say yes.
there was a killer on the loose, is what we knew.
Amazing. And I imagine that is exactly how the scene begins. Like this police officer whose name is, I will let actually Austin tell me your police officer name. Tell me your police sergeant name.
Jump to mind was Jasper Jenkins.
Jasper Jenkins, the most attractive of all names. Here we go. Perfect.
Now listen, when I moved up here, I thought moving to Chicago, big city, it's going to be a hell of a lot more difficult than the big country I'm used to. But I got to say, things here are much more simple. People kill for money. People kill for power. Out there, vengeance. You get into the deep enough country, and it's a whole other matter. There's blood feuds there go back way longer than you or I care to count.
Oh, indeed they do. I have a certain affinity for the big city, and part of it is that things are really, when you just scratch the surface, quite simple. Oh, Officer Jenkins, I have to introduce you to my husband, Harold. Harold, this is Sergeant Jenkins with the Chicago Police Department, a very high-ranking official in the acquisitions department. He does reclamations on loans and certain things that need to be taken back. Don't you do that, Sergeant Jenkins.
All manner of things, miss. Husband, and he'll like reach out and like slap your hand in that too hard way. First I'm hearing about it, but nice to meet you.
Sergeant Jenkins. Yes, it's nice to meet you. Major Harold E. Decker, United States Army. Let me just be the first. Well, I can't definitely.
We're using our military rankings. Oh, fair enough. What did you just say?
I'm a little
like,
fucked up.
Major.
Now I'm like out of my depth.
Major.
Oh, fuck. That's pretty high.
It is.
What's like one step? What's one step down?
One step down would be lieutenant.
All right. Yeah. It was, I only made it to lieutenant myself.
Sorry, captain.
I only made it to captain myself, but
well, that career track from captain to sergeant seems to be serving you well. Well, regardless of whether you're wearing green or in this case blue, appreciate what you do out there on the streets, or as it sounds like in the offices, and
yes,
pushing pencils around. And
I hope you don't mind.
Sure reports are clear.
I hope you don't mind, Sergeant Jenkins, but I simply must tell him, Harold, Sergeant Jenkins was just sharing with me how he got a promotion to a detective on some very high-profile cases. He seems to be tracking down some thieves, as it were. Some high-profile big fish, as he said, didn't he? And she would kind of like laugh and like just pat him on the chest and like just be smiling, and kind of like every so often, Harold, because you two were married, you see this flash that's so fast and so intimate that nobody else would recognize it, but she is obviously very intentionally reminding you of the consequences of maybe leaving her out of this deal.
Well, congratulations on your promotion, detective. And it must be some pretty impressive cases you're working on. My wife seems to be very into whatever it is that you're in pursuit of. Thieves. Here in Chicago, I gotta believe it's some kind of mafia connections probably you're chasing down. Dangerous work.
You can tell that every time you say the word wife, he kind of like starts to kind of like look away in a way that's like,
oh,
is there anyone else to talk to here? Yes, it's well, I don't like to talk too much about my work when I'm in a party environment.
Of course not. I'm so
Shop
sorry.
talk is so dull and often so bloody. And he just kind of 1,000-yard stares off for a second.
Nancy looks at you for just a second, like, you hear that? Bloody, like that kind of face. But she would like pat you reassuringly on the shoulder, Sergeant Jenkins, and she would just smile and be like, I understand if you don't want to talk about it in parties. We all have our certain things that we like to keep in the closet, as it were. And she kind of like looks at the party, scanning all around. And then she kind of says, if you don't mind, my dear, it has been delightful talking to you. Thank you so much for indulging all my little quid pro quo questions and interesting little tidbits. But I do have to talk to my husband. So if you will excuse us.
It's been a pleasure, detective. And as a way of just saying thanks for all that you do out there on the streets, if you go into the study just over there, On the bookshelf to the right of the mantle, there is a 25-year-old Scotch whiskey that Sydney keeps looking like it's part of the decor. It's a beautiful decanter. Help yourself.
Well, thank you, Mr. Declan. I shall investigate. And he'll pat you, like slap your hand again.
And then Nancy would, as he walks away, she would be staring at his ass as he walks away and just kind of like continues for a little too long. And then she looks over at Harold and she just said, and she would just kind of look and say, have you been enjoying the evening?
Well, the party's been delightful. The booze has been excellent as always. I've taken the opportunity to check in on our hosts, ensure that they are doing well. You seem to be keeping yourself entertained as well. Ready to ring in the new year, huh?
That I am. I am having a delightful evening. Though something did just occur to me that
smell it.
Yes, indeed. I would love you to partake with me, but unfortunately I am a little light. In any case, I did have a quick question for you, dearest. I realized that we had never quite gone over the details of me getting my severance package, as it were. I've been hearing whispers around that your trip is tomorrow. That means the clock is ticking.
Nancy, don't play coy. You know damn well that my trip is tomorrow.
Do I?
Everything, as I said, will be taken care of once we get our payment.
And when will that be?
Well, obviously before we leave. Our flight is not scheduled to leave until 3 p.m. We should have payment secured, from what I've understood, by about 10 a.m.
That sounds
And
terrific.
of course, you are at the top of my list of priorities to make sure you get what's coming to you.
Well, I certainly hope so. That said, I'm sure you would just love it if I just bid you farewell and trusted you to come back with my money at 10 a.m. How can I be sure, Harold, that you would come back and not leave to Barbados and disappear forever? If only I knew somebody in law enforcement. Oh, wait.
Oh, your little detective boy toy.
How can I be sure I'll get my money, Harold?
You can be sure that you will get your money in the same way that you can be sure that I won't make sure that your detective learns where your sudden influx of wealth comes from. You know, after all, you're all but implicating yourself in all of this as soon as you take that money.
There's a lot of ways that a woman like me can get money, Harold. A lot of ways that can slip between the cracks. And I'm sure the IRS won't give a damn.
Well, and I kind of glance over to where I imagine the sergeant/detective is sort of looking around, trying to remember where Harold said that whiskey was.
He's like removing books from the bookshelf.
Just
like
so
looking behind them.
Oh man, I had a snappy line to come back. Something about what you said about
Harold
slipping
is
through
looking
the cracks.
over at the as Harold is looking over for the detective, Nancy would like put her hand on his cheek and turn him back to face her. And she would just say, if I don't have my money by 10:15 a.m., I do believe the Chicago Police Department will get an anonymous tip. And I don't think the flight to Barbados will be taking off. if there are criminals on board. And she would lean in and she would kiss him.
Nancy,
What?
did Gilroy lend you one of his testicles?
Believe me, I don't need any testicles from Gilroy. And she would walk away and she would smack you on the ass and she would go back and like just kind of mingle throughout the party. And then she would, as she's leaving, she would turn around and just kind of like tap her watch as though to remind you of the time. And that's it.
Wonderful. Okay, so that is for us to choose. AesirSyn has resolved, I think. It seems like that resolved well for Nancy.
She thinks
She
so.
definitely
Yeah,
put the
I have to
pressure
say that
on.
was pretty good for Nancy, putting the pressure on Harold.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Harold definitely didn't gain any ground in that conversation.
Mm-mm.
Okay, let's see here. Should be this one. Yo. Okay.
Honorable mention, of course.
Sergeant
goes to
Jenkins,
Sergeant
everybody.
Detective.
Yes,
Yes.
Sergeant Major,
100%.
Take a
Detectives,
bow.
Lieutenant. I think I probably said 4 different ranks throughout that conversation, but same vibes. Thank you, Austin.
Also, he works in acquisitions
Yes,
for
yes.
the,
he's a-
police department's acquisition.
he gets shit like art.
What I took from that
Amazing.
is Jenkins was just looking to get some. Nancy was using them and paid zero attention
No,
to anything
that's
he told her.
exact. She did not hear a single fucking word. She's just been
Yeah,
laughing and reeling him in.
His real
I think-
job is just the evidence locker. He like controls the evidence.
He's a parking attendant from downstairs.
I was about to
He's a
say
fucking
he's the
meter
parking
maid.
attendant.
Yeah.
He's not even a meter maid. He's just the parking attendant that,
He's in the booth.
makes. Yeah, he's at the booth.
He's working his way up.
That's what we'll call it.
Now we're just demoting you sentence at a time.
We're covering all of the ranks.
He's really just the
police
doorman, and he
department.
snuck into the party.
And what? He's not even a cop. He was going to a fancy dress party as a cop.
We all thought it was a Halloween party suddenly. A costume
Damn
party.
it. Damn it.
He came to play
Amazing.
Santa Claus.
Yes.
All right. So that earns Cari a white die, and we are now on to Sydney's scene, first scene of Act 2. Sara, do you want to establish or resolve?
Oh no. I don't know. Like
So
a
you
part
could
of me
always-
wants to establish, but I don't know who I would
Mhm.
establish with.
What kind of a scene are you looking for?
Well, I know she. The big thing that I want to do is I want to go to the study and go get that hammer. There's a part of me
Okay.
going, I could have a scene with Oliver since I haven't had one yet with Oliver. Sydney has not had a scene with Oliver yet.
Oh.
Okay.
Haven't interacted.
So maybe Oliver is retrieving the hammer with the intention of putting it in the hands of Emerson to do what he hired him for.
Oh, and Sydney's like, no. That's mine.
Yeah. Like, you might maybe even like walk in as he's
Mm-hmm.
trying to abscond with it or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was it? In the study?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
The
Okay.
draft room study area.
Okay. Okay.
So I imagine that it's probably after the whole talk between Harold and Nancy that Sydney doesn't even notice people in there. She's on a mission. So she just kind of walks in and she goes to find this hammer and she sees Oliver trying to take it.
I think like maybe even like he's actually removed it from wherever it was
Mhm.
and is like actively like putting it in his pocket.
Excuse me.
Mm, yes. Mrs. Wylde-Garrison. Good evening. You have a very lovely home.
Yes, thank you.
Beautiful party.
Can I ask why you are trying to take something that is mine?
Hmm? What an odd question. Well, no, I.
My love, I know that you don't. Your dick is not that big. Can you take out whatever is in your pocket that I just watched you shove in there?
Oh, he kind of reaches in and pulls the hammer out. It didn't seem to belong here, and I was simply trying to clean up a little, you know. There's so many rude people at parties that don't help clean up at all. I thought that I would try to do some small part.
I have help for that. Thank you. I need that
of course.
actually.
I
need to take that back to my studio.
Ah, well, here you are. Again, I apologize.
Oh no, it's all right. I don't see a reason to tell anyone. So.
Oh well, no, I wouldn't think that there would be anything to tell.
Oh well, me being a defenseless woman, I could consider that theft. And
Oh.
I do have a sergeant here. I have a few police officers here at my parties.
Oh, I didn't realize it was so serious. Please forgive me. Is there anything that I could do to make it up to you? Anything at all?
Oh, you don't need to do anything to make it up to me. And you watch her as she grips the handle, the handle of this hammer. I would just appreciate it if you didn't try to run off with my things. It's bad enough that I have a show planned soon and I'm going to be traveling a bit. It's bad enough people are trying to get looks at my work.
You have come quite a long ways as an artist, grown a lot.
That's what
as
I'm
you can
told.
see all around you, the fruits of your labor.
Mm-hmm. Are you enjoying yourself otherwise?
Oh yes, it's quite a lovely party. My friend Harold brought me.
Wonderful. Oh, I'm so happy. I do enjoy meeting new people. So, I do hope you haven't had too much trouble around here, though. You seem a little nervous, or is that just how you are all the time?
Well, meeting new people always kind of puts me on an off foot, I'm afraid. But no, everything seems to be going perfectly well. It's almost exactly as I expected it to be.
Perfect. If you would like. And she will actually like get close to you and she'll point out what Harold said about this, you know, very wonderfully
decanter.
aged whiskey from this specific decanter, and she'll point exactly to it, and she's really close to you and her finger is like this. She goes, "Go try that."
Visibly shrinking away. Well, I don't handle my alcohol quite as well as Harold. But maybe I will. Maybe just a little.
Just give it a little try. We always, if needed, we will call a taxi. It's no bother.
Well,
Enjoy yourself.
You as well. And good luck with hanging pictures or whatever you're going to do with your hammer.
Oh, I actually needed to create something, so thank you. And you watch as she just like her whole wrist just kind of twirls with the hammer in her hand. Okay. I do hope you enjoy yourself. If you need anything, please let myself or Gilroy know. You know Harold is here. He's the one who brought you, I guess.
Yes.
My sister is here as well if you need anything.
Yes. It's Harold's wife. If you do see her, give her my regards.
Of course I will. I'm sure she's somewhere around here.
I hope that she has a lovely rest of her year.
Ah, yes. Well, there's only a little bit of time left for that. So
I suppose all of us have only but a little bit of time left.
I suppose that's true. Do come out to the balcony when the countdown starts. You get a lovely view of the pier from the penthouse balcony.
Thank you. He kind of raises one of the glasses near the decanter and begins kind of like fumbling with it. Maybe even a little too obviously having trouble, grabbing a hold of it and pouring himself a glass.
I think she would come up, and as she is walking away, she would pause and place her free hand on his shoulder. Calm down. No one's been caught yet. And I think that's when she'll walk away.
Yes. I love
Hammer
it.
in hand.
Yep.
All right. So, everyone, how do we feel like that went for Sydney?
I feel like... So here's the question. I think it went well for Sydney. I just don't trust Oliver at all. I feel like all of these could have gone well for Oliver, but like he's so sneaky. I can't.
Oliver is a worm, like straight up a worm.
Oliver's fucking with me.
Just a fucking snake in the grass.
Yeah.
I think he is fucking with her. I think he
totally is. And Sydney is just like, remember, I have police here.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
well,
I think, bitch.
And if the goal was to get the hammer,
and the goal
she walked out of the room with the hammer.
She walked out with the hammer. That was her goal.
Give Sara the white on that one.
Oliver is definitely starting to feel more and more like a Kaiser Soze.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Legit. I think that's a white die for Sydney.
Okay.
That's my vote.
Yeah, I would agree. Let's see this one. Yep.
Yay.
No one can fucking tell with Oliver in the mix. Wow. I would say that Sarah's winning. I think Sarah's winning the game.
No.
Well,
no, I'm not.
As we say in sports, scoreboard.
So the interesting thing is, at the very
time
end,
we ended with one.
Right at the end, the biggest difference that you have between your white and your black results is what ends up being better for your character.
Oh, right.
If you get closer to 0, the worse things are for your character. So yeah, having a balance of the two types of dice is actually potentially detrimental. Yeah.
Interesting. Good.
Okay.
So by that logic, you, Cari, and I are winning.
Indeed.
Yeah, exactly.
Or Sara, because all she has is white dice, which means that she's going to have a big difference between her white score and her black score.
Depends on if you want it to go good or bad for your person.
That is true.
Not me sitting here just wanting someone to shove Sydney off the fucking balcony.
It's kind of a great mechanic for like the theme that they're going for, because if you think about the Coen brothers movies, they're always like, if someone is morally spotless, they make it through pretty all right. And maybe they even gain a bunch of money. If someone is completely evil but dedicated to it and never really strays from that path, then they're probably going to walk away at the end, or limp away maybe. And then if somebody is like a pretty okay person, but then like gets tempted by greed or like
or incompetence,
they're fucked. Like,
that's a good point. That's point.
Exactly. They make that exact point in the book. Even I don't know exactly where it is, but they even say that that's the intention. Is that the people that are really at the extremes tend to be the ones that walk away okay. Things work out for them. It's all the people in the middle that everything goes sideways for. So
it took too long to make up your mind, and it fucked you over.
You dabbled, and that was the mistake. Okay. Last scene before we go on break. Chad, Gilroy's first scene of Act 2. Do you want to establish or resolve?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Lots has happened since the beginning of this game and Jay Willikers. You know, I feel like as much as I want to have a meeting with Emerson again, I think I don't know. Have Nancy and Gil had a one-on-one, like like even an
If we
interaction
had, it was
outside of
incredibly inconsequential because I do not remember it.
yeah. I think
I don't
that's
recall a scene.
I think that's a scene we need to have then.
Okay.
I do. I think that's a scene we need to have. And then I think what I'll also say to that is at some point, maybe Emerson breaks an interlude in there, and then like that provides me that space to also talk to him about what I'm thinking or in my brain, right?
Yeah, you can establish whatever you want.
So I think that those are the two things that I'd like. And then shoot, I think at some point, where would they be? I'm trying to think location wise. Well,
I don't think we've seen anything like a kitchen yet.
Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's go to the kitchen space in the kitchen where it's private. And I think it'll be, you know what? It'll be Gil getting a bottle of wine. And Nancy, he'll probably see you and he'll have two glasses intentionally ready, not for you.
Oh,
not for you.
Not for me.
But not for you, but in the moment because you happen to be there, just out of courtesy. He's like,
I'm taking one of those glasses.
That's cool. I got you. Right. Well, he's holding them empty in his fingers. He's got the bottle. He's gonna be like, he's getting ready to carry it out of the kitchen, and he sees you. He's like, never mind. I want to talk to you.
Perfect.
That sounds like a good idea.
Perfect.
All right. Take us out whenever you're ready.
Yeah, man. So fucking Harold. Guys, you have to be such an absolute. I just need
Gilroy, darling. Nancy walks up, be like,
Nancy, hi.
Oh, did you get me one of those glasses of wine?
I did. Yeah.
Thank you. And she takes one before you answer.
Yeah. No, it's my pleasure. Here you go.
You have always been a gracious host, Gilroy. That is why I think you are just perfect for my sister.
The skills that I possess, I guess. I wanted to talk to you about and I know it's a touchy subject right now, but I wanted to talk to you about Harold.
Always happy to talk about my dearest husband. What is it that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, well, I mean, something strikes me as odd between the two of you. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm shooting for the moon here. But something's wrong in your house, isn't it?
And I would say Nancy, who has kind of been keeping up a pretty hard veneer this whole party for justice, she would be kind of like, sloshing and just sort of like waving to people at the party. And then she would be like halfway through a drink when you say that. And then she just kind of like stops. And then she kind of freezes and then just kind of like shrugs and takes another drink. And I mean, I suppose every household has its little problems and of course its little secrets. Wouldn't you say so, Gil?
Yeah, Yeah. He takes a sip that isn't a sip. It's more like a, chug
Just wet your lip.
back. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, on that note, your husband is, I don't know, what's the best word to put it? Look, I thought it was you. I'll be honest. For the longest time, I thought it was you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You thought it was me what?
I'm apologizing to you now because
For?
I thought you were a raging bitch. I thought you were a raging bitch. And that you didn't like me and Sydney being together and that all of this nonsense. I thought that was the reason. But now, I don't know. I met the guy. How have you been in a relationship with him for that long? Because I gotta be honest. What did you see in the guy?
Oh, Gil. And Nancy would like grab you by the lapel and be like, join me in the kitchen. And she would like pull you through those doors that go boom, boom, boom,
Yeah.
boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, the little swivel doors. Yeah, absolutely.
And she would be like, between you and me, I have always wanted to be close to you, and I have never figured out why we were not closer than we were, and apparently it's because you thought I was a raging bitch, and you're not entirely off base. I do have my moods. However, you are spot on about my husband. Well, between you and me, my ex-husband.
I knew it. I talked to him earlier, and I think I threw him a little bit.
Good. What did you say?
Well, I noticed the tickets. I noticed the tickets when you walked in. I noticed the fact that you hadn't been seeing or talking to each other the entire party. That's not normal. You and I both know that that's not normal.
You artists do tend to notice everything. My beloved sister always won the Easter egg hunts, and that's what she used to say. Artists notice everything. Well, different applications of the skill, I suppose.
You're not wrong. Speaking of noticing everything, though, I'll be honest. You know about me. So I need to tell you something I know about Harold.
Is he gay too?
No, he's not gay.
Oh, well.
No, he's not.
I thought you were all in a society or something.
I can tell. Okay, and no, he's not.
Oh.
But I don't know. I caught him kissing Sydney.
You what?
Okay. I'm making
Sydney.
you think that I'm making it
my Sydney.
It might have been an accident. It might have been, I don't know. I was with Emerson. We walked into the room and then I saw it. Okay. I saw it happen. We both saw it happen. And we were like, oh, well, maybe we shouldn't be here. We're sorry. And now I had to confess it to you because I don't know what to do. If he is trying to destroy things that I don't want him to destroy our lives, Nancy. I don't want him to destroy your life, our lives.
The swinging door like bumps into the back of whichever of you is standing closest to it. Like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Excuse me. And Emerson walks in. Oh,
hello,
Nancy, Gilroy.
Hello. We were just talking.
Didn't mean to intrude. I was going to get a drink.
Trust me. It now was the best time. It's okay.
Nancy would kind of like, for a second, Gilroy, as you're telling her this news, you can't tell what's on her face, really. She looks like maybe she's hurt, but more than anything, it's just that she's embarrassed.
Yeah.
And as Emerson comes in, she kind of like takes another sip of wine, and she's like, don't allow me to interrupt whatever conversation you two are having. And she would take Gilroy by the elbow, and she would just say, thank you for the information, my new friend. Don't need to worry about what Harold might do. He won't be able to do anything to me. I'll try to make sure he doesn't do anything to you.
Thank you. And he looks to I don't want him to do anything to any of you. So
Nancy
please.
smiles genuinely and squeezes your elbow, and then leaves and takes her glass of wine with her.
And then he'll turn to Emerson in that moment. He gives you a smile and like lets you go, and then hi. You caught me at a weird time. I'm sorry. Just talking to Nancy about Harold. So that was an interesting little tidbit.
What's going on? Is she all right?
Well, no, I mean, I hope so. But I couldn't, honey, I couldn't keep it in. I couldn't just not tell her. I could not tell her what we saw.
Oh.
Right?
No, I understand.
No, am I wrong in not in telling her? I just
No, although he's gonna kind of move further into the kitchen. He's like, you know what I'm supposed to do. So I wonder if it was worth.
Yeah, and I already told you, honey, you're not a murderer. You're not gonna do that, are you?
No, of course not, love.
Hey,
Of course not. But if I don't,
what? If you don't what? If you don't kill someone, what are they gonna do to you?
the man that's making me do this, he saw things that if he were to tell people about the things he saw, it could destroy everything I've ever worked for. It could pull me away from you. I might be executed.
Okay. Ooh. He takes a very large sip of the wine at this point. Okay. Let me think. And then you see that even though he's nervous in this moment, he immediately like stiffens up in terms of like his demeanor, like resolved a little bit, right? Like takes him a moment, but then he's resolved. Who has this over you? Is it someone here at the party?
It's a man who, yes, he was in the military at the same time as me. His name's Brighton.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It clicks in his head. All the pieces are clicking in his head. I'm sorry. Do you mean that leech of a friend of Harold's?
Wait, I don't think Emerson knew that Oliver and Harold were working together. Wait, he's with Harold?
I asked on the balcony earlier if he knew Harold, if he knew if Harold could be a trustworthy person. He said that he could be, and that he had every intention of believing that Harold was a good person. I believed him. And then he told me that if I wanted to get something done, or if I wanted something, he would go and meet, he would show me and have me meet with someone. And then now it just dawns on me. He's talking about you. Honey, he was going to have me meet with you to have me for another hit on whoever it was that I wanted hit.
Do you think this is something I do? I don't understand this.
Apparently, honey, you have the face of a murderer. And as much as I hate that, because God knows we don't need that in our lives, I guess that's a good thing for you. It's not a good thing.
I've got to clear this up.
No. You don't have to clear that up at all. You shouldn't clear that up. I want you, listen to me. I want you to take this wine, okay? Take this wine. You drink the rest of that, because I know I'm going to need every ounce of nerves I've got and every ounce of wits I've got. You don't do a single thing. I love you. We are going to be okay. There is not a single person in this home, okay, that will do harm to you. I will not let that happen, okay? I mean that. Don't look down at the floor like that. Look at me.
No, you're just my protector. It's sweet.
I know that you don't think that I want to run away with you and start a life with you, but I get it. I understand why you don't feel that way. But you got to understand, just like you're being held hostage, I don't want to ruin Sydney's life. I don't want to ruin your life. I like what we have right now.
Did she really offer to let you go? She told me she did. And that you were the one that didn't want to. And it's okay. I'm not going to be mad if it's true. I just want to know.
Are we really having this conversation on New Year's Eve right now?
Okay, so it's yes.
Oh.
Okay. That's okay. Hey, listen. No, it's okay. We don't have to have this conversation now. We don't have to. It's okay. I still love you. It's still okay. And it is going to be okay.
It is.
We'll clear this up.
We're going to get out of this, okay, honey? It's going to be fine. We're going to get out of this mess. None of these people can hurt us. None of them. Okay?
Yeah, if you zoomed in on Emerson's eye, you would just see like this image of Oliver as he says, "None of them can hurt you."
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. That feels like
and I feel like he'll take your hand, and then he will kiss you gently across the cheek. Let me take care of it. I don't want blood on your hands. Okay?
Yeah, another like quick moment of like in his eye, it's just like so many people he killed in the war. Like he did so much violence.
He did.
And he's like,
but like,
yeah, no blood on my hands. But let's not dirty yours up either. We'll clear this up. And he just takes like a massive swig of whatever
Like
he's holding, like
straight
straight from the bottle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Straight from the decanter.
That
Amazing.
hurts.
Okay.
Yeah, let's get the murderer
So-
boyfriend drunk. That's probably
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And just make him feel terrible after what he learned.
Yeah,
Mhm.
right.
Oh
So,
my god.
like I said in our chat, like I was straight hardcore,
Yeah.
100% white
Yep.
die for Gilroy in that scene, all the way up until
Uh-huh.
Austin
That
dropped
moment.
that bomb.
Uh-huh. Black
It was
She
like,
told
oh,
me
by the
that it
way.
was-
Curveball.
Austin
Oh.
is Austin. I love you
Amazing.
because you do things like that. You sneaky son of a bitch.
That was so
Oh, man.
good. Oh,
Well,
the-
as soon
What
as
a
you said,
perfect moment.
I'd run away. I'd run away. Like,
Jordan,
you know,
it's
I
the
want,
three
I
as
want to
time
run away.
expires.
I was
Yeah.
like, do you?
my
Do
heart
you, though?
fucking sank, man.
It was such
Oh
the
my
right time
God.
for that, though. But I still think largely that was a positive outcome.
It was.
For
Yeah.
Gilroy. It feels like to me.
Yeah, that mostly was good, I think.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mostly.
Maybe a little
I mean,
gray.
at the very least, he probably convinced Emerson it's maybe not the best to kill Nancy. Like,
yeah, he's
Perhaps.
definitely probably questioning it a little harder now. Okay, so get a white die for Chad. Bing. Okay, so that brings us all the way once around the table. So we'll go
Yay.
ahead and take our break here. We're going to take a 10-minute bio break, go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, kiss your spouse, smoke them if you got them, etc., etc. And then we will come back and do the second round of scenes and then the aftermath. So I'm
Oh my god.
again, this game is
Oh my goodness.
keeping me on my toes, and there's just so many little delicious moments and scenes that just bloom organically through just improvisation. It's amazing to watch. So I cannot wait to find out what happens in the second half. So sit tight, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of this game. This is Act 2 of our Clue Fiasco game, and man, is it living up to its name. Don't know about the Clue part, but definitely the Fiasco part.
I forgot this was Clue themed.
Right?
I literally made a Clue joke earlier in the scene.
I forgot
no, did you?
about
well, yeah. But hey, I'm here for it. It's been a wild ass ride so far, and I'm really, really thrilled to find out how this all ends up coming together. So I think without further ado, we're just gonna dive right back in. So we're gonna start once again. We have made one full rotation around the table with scenes for the second act. So we're gonna start once again with Austin. Austin, Emerson's scene. Do you want to establish or resolve?
Okay, I think I'm going to establish. After coming into contact with Nancy and feeling very bad about what he is supposed to do tonight, and having that conversation with Gilroy, despite Gilroy's admonishment not to take care of it himself, Emerson is a man of action, and he is going to have a conversation with Oliver and let him know that he's not interested. He can't do what it is Oliver wants. And I think that should probably happen on the balcony again, since it seems to be a nice recurring location for us. No other reason at all.
Okay. On the balcony, just the two of us.
It feels like it would be good for it to be just the two of us, unless somebody wants to come in like pretty close to the end of the scene.
Well, you're establishing, so you determine.
Yeah, let's if it's anyone, I think it would be funny for it to be Nancy.
Yeah.
Pretty like late in the scene. I feel like there might be like an obvious time.
Am I interrupting something? Yes.
Okay.
1,000%. 100. Yes. Let's.
And we're getting closer to midnight too. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Gotta be getting.
I would think so.
Like last half hour now.
Yeah, probably 30 minutes, 15 minutes, somewhere around there. Okay. So maybe Oliver is the one that's already out there.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Smoking a cigarette, maybe.
Yeah, Emerson will kind of walk out like he's been obviously like he's been looking for Oliver, and he like finds him, heads outside. Immediately himself opens up his cigarette case, takes one out, and lights it up to look like he's out here for a reason. Kind of glances around there's no one else on the balcony at the moment. And he'll walk over, kind of lean against the rail.
I couldn't help notice that she is still alive.
Yes, about that. I don't know if listen, I don't know what you thought you saw all those years ago in a different country, but I think you may have me mistaken in the type of person I am, and I don't think I can do what you need done.
You're somehow immune from the persecution that one would face for committing war crimes, then I take it.
Listen, I don't understand. Why do you want this, and why do you want this from me?
You have a certain skill set. I think it's something you've done before, and you know what you're doing. You're comfortable with what you're doing, even though you may pretend to not be. I believe that you are more comfortable with it than you let on. I think I don't have the kind of person that you are incorrect. I think merely the only question is the proper motivating factor. perhaps the threat of some kind of military inquiry is not enough to motivate you. Perhaps, maybe, instead, your personal life coming to light might be more of a motivator.
What are you trying to say?
It's just society and its cruelty does not exactly take kindly to people who keep the kind of company that you keep.
Emerson does that kind of quick glance down over to the however many stories we decided this was.
Plenty.
20 at least. Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. No, you're right. You're right. And he'll kind of start walking around. Of course, that I wouldn't want you to expose anything that could harm any of the people that are important to me. So, I suppose I do have the skills that you assumed, and
Good.
I suppose you're going to force me to put them to work, and I suppose I'm not happy about it, but yes. Well, and he's just going to try to shove him off the edge.
Yes!
Like he's just going
I'm so proud of you. Yes. Yes. I love it. Fuck yeah, Austin. Good for you.
So how do we what do we want to do to resolve this? Because this is something I've been wondering about ever since I thought of this. Like, I was thinking the same thing when it was Nancy. Like, I'm perfectly fine. Like, because this definitely seems like the unpleasant
roll initiative
needs
so
to be
yeah
done.
like this game does not provide like combat stuff, right?
No, I know, and it says like death is possible,
but what
it
I've
also
always
doesn't say how.
So the way that I've always done it in the games that I've run, quote unquote, is that the players roll dice. Both players roll dice. Okay, whoever gets the highest amount,
maybe. I think
right is the successor of the struggle, right, or whatever. I think
I see what you're, but like
or
I don't
it's a
think.
D6, and then like 4 to 6 is a positive, 1 to 3 is the negative, and so whoever gets that, I guess it's just that's how I mean
that's a way
I kind
to
of just want to toss it to you guys almost.
But that's what I was going to say is I think that to me this kind of decision is more about what narratively makes the most sense.
Yes.
Instead of it being an arbitrary die roll, I think it's more about us as a consensus deciding what's the most interesting resolution here.
As much as I hate to say it, I think Oliver should fucking Simba his ass. I think Emerson needs to
oh my god, yes.
go down.
I mean, that's what I was imagining going into this, so it's totally okay if that is what happens.
Use the momentum.
Especially because I think we've established Nancy interrupts during the struggle. It doesn't necessarily Oliver doesn't have to see her, but she could definitely see him.
See him throwing Emerson off the balcony.
I saw 2 scenes in my head. One is counterpoint to what you're saying, which is just you played the scene out as you said. You're looking over the edge, and just that very sudden, you grab Oliver, and he goes over. And that's where Nancy comes out, and Nancy sees you throw Oliver over. Ooh. The other scene that I saw in my head was as you're saying that, that's when Nancy comes out, and you grab Nancy and just, without preamble, chuck her over the edge. But in this particular scene, I'm on team Oliver goes over, maybe hangs on to the railing for a little bit. And that's when Nancy comes out, but I'm on team Oliver dies in this scene.
Okay. So we've heard both.
Sara, what is your verdict?
This is really hard for me because I have ill will towards him.
Well,
naturally.
Part of the game.
I have very ill will towards Emerson, so there's a very large part of me that just wants to see Emerson just crash and fucking burn. But I really like the idea because Oliver has just been like, Oliver's fucked with my noggin this whole time. I really like what Jake said with the whole Emerson gets Oliver over. Oliver's holding on as Nancy comes out. And like my brain, when I see that scene in particular, is I see Emerson kind of look over his shoulder because he hears someone come out. He sees it's Nancy and he smashes with the heel of his boot Oliver's fingers to make him drop.
I was going to say that it was that Emerson or Oliver is holding on to Emerson. That's how he's not going over.
Oh.
The struggle is that
would be the struggle.
there's a danger that Oliver is going to go over, but he's going to take Emerson with him. And that's what Jessica, wrong game. Nancy, that's what Nancy comes
I am so honored to be compared to M. I will tell them.
Out of game, even. It's usually, it happens between characters.
In game, I get characters mixed up, but I usually don't cross them.
He just domain tomed you. Okay. Something terrible happened here. So I learned this great thing. Apparently, the cast of Clue,
I've heard this. I love it.
Cracked each other up constantly so much that Michael McKean started saying before every single take, something terrible has happened here, to get everybody like refocused into like character. So that's my little mantra now.
I need to rewatch that movie.
Okay. So, Emerson has pushed Oliver over. Oliver has wrapped his hand up like in like the jacket or the shirt or whatever that Emerson is wearing, and like is feet, like the toes of his shoes, like scraping at the side of the wall on the other side of the railing, trying to get purchase while he's holding on. I think maybe even like his telltale glasses have like fallen already. And he's like
he's got
stammering.
my tie. He's got my tie,
absolutely.
and I'm like holding on to the railing with both hands to like keep myself from being just pulled over by your weight.
Oh man!
As Nancy enters.
Yeah.
And she would come out, and she would, as she comes out, you would see her like kind of tapping down a cigarette, and then she'd be like, "Good Lord."
Fucking asshole!
Like,
you fucking asshole! You better not.
Nancy, untie my tie!
You better
untie
not
my
let
tie!
go.
I swear your life depends on it.
Kill you! I'm gonna kill you!
I would untie his tie. I would help him. I would help Emerson, because I don't know what's going on here really, but like in the moment, she sees Emerson as the most savable, and she would want to help him. Just a one instant of just pure kind of human compassion, and she would reach into Emerson's back pocket, where I assume, because men of the time carry like a pocket knife, and she would probably find one, and she would just zing and like, cut away his tie.
Is that a Swiss Army in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? Well, it's Emerson, so he's probably not happy to see you.
No, he's not happy to see me at all, in any way.
So, yeah, I think maybe Oliver's like, grabbing a hold of this. His demeanor is completely changed. His voice is completely changed.
Yes.
And he's got this, and he sees you, pull this knife out and slice through the silk tie that Emerson has, and he just goes wide-eyed and
you got noise gated.
What did you say? He just goes flying backwards.
I think he unplugged it. Did you unplug
I
your
hit
microphone?
I hit
like
the mute
Hans
button
Gruber
on my microphone. Yeah, he's just reaching out. It goes wide-eyed, and he just falls like straight backwards and disappears.
Because I pictured this scene. I want to just add this because you said that your telltale glasses had already fallen off your face. After we see you falling away from camera, the next shot is your broken glasses lying on the pavement below. and through
Oh,
that
beautiful.
distorted, magnified
Hitchcock.
lens with the crack is the sudden thunk, and we just see the
Absolutely.
bloody body of Oliver Brighton hit the pavement.
How fucking Hitchcock. Beautiful, Jacob. Beautiful.
Wow. And
You guys set the scene up. I just described the finale part
That's
of it.
such
that's-
a great shot. That's such a great
Amazing.
shot. Nancy
Okay,
would
so
holding.
I think. Oh yeah, please.
I was just gonna say, holding his tie in her hand and this pocket knife still. Nancy would kind of like be like wide-eyed and slowly backing away from Emerson, and just being like,
Like grabs the tie, just like snatches the loosest part of it and just like hurls it over the edge.
and she would like step away from him after he does that, and she's kind of like snapped out of this comatose.
It's
like,
okay.
Shot.
It's okay, Nancy.
She
Nancy,
would.
listen to me. That man wanted you dead.
How do I know that?
He asked me to do it.
Why would he ask you to do something like that?
It's a long story. I can't get into it right now, but I just need you. I need you to trust me. We need to go inside. We need to split up. We need to act like this never happened. We'll talk later.
Nancy would kind of snap shut the knife, and she would slide it into the top of her dress. And she would say to him, be like, well, I came out here for a joint, and I am going to smoke my joint. You go
Kitchen?
back.
Do you want to go
in.
to the kitchen? There's a
You
window.
know?
I'll stay for a minute. And he's like shaking, like he seems like upset.
So is Nancy. As she like lifts this to her mouth, you can see like her hands are shaking, and she takes this joint down in about 3 big puffs, and she's like, oh, well, shall we? And then she like waits for you to put your arm out.
Yeah, he kind of like shakes himself off. Yes.
And,
And
she
he'll
takes your arm.
lead her in, and as soon as they're inside and they part, he's going to head to Gilroy's room to get a fresh tie so that he does not look out of place. And of course, the matching pocket square.
Obviously.
Doesn't want anyone to like, and he'll pick.
Gonna be at
I'm
this
without
party
saying.
without a matching
I'm pretty
pocket
sure
square.
Gilroy has a similar shade. So pick the
we've
closest
got-
shade he can.
You've got plenty. You've got
Yeah, he's
plenty
got
of
options.
available.
And after she shakes it off, Nancy, almost as though she is accustomed to doing this, she very much is just playing the part as she has been all evening.
Puts the mask back on. Ugh. Wow. Okay. I knew someone was going to die in this game.
So proud.
I
of you.
did not expect that it would be Oliver, and I
Mm-mm.
am so pleased.
And now it's your turn. How do we
I
do
also
this?
didn't expect it at the top of the second round.
Yeah, right?
Austin, I'm so fucking proud of you.
Amazing.
I
Okay,
think
so
that went well for him.
yeah, I would think that that's a white die
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
Feels
Emerson.
like that, yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Hey, I survived. That's about
I
the
survived.
whitest die you can get.
Yes.
We still
Um,
have one more though with the greed leads to killing.
I know.
So
That's
Oh,
part of the
I feel
reason I
like-
was like, we need to. I wanted to up the timetable on the murder.
yeah,
I
no,
feel like
that was
there's-
good.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't establish the first time is because like all I came into this game with was like, well, I'm gonna either try to kill Nancy or Oliver, depending on how things go.
Mm-hmm.
And I shouldn't do that right at the top.
No, I think that was a beautiful scene. I think that was exactly
That was
where that
fun.
needed to happen. Because now the rest of that is going to be the dominoes like starting to come undone.
The fuse is lit.
Exactly. Okay. So again, the game does mention that character death is perfectly acceptable. It happens. It's sometimes a foregone conclusion in the second act. So I think the recommendation is to handle any remaining scenes for the character as flashback scenes.
Yeah,
Ah,
I was going to suggest that anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have anything in mind at the moment.
Can I just throw something
So-
out there?
I would like for y'all to establish.
I want to throw one thing out there.
Sure.
In lieu of, if we can't, I'm just going to throw it out there regardless.
Yeah, please.
An interesting scene could be Oliver's last thoughts on the way down. That sort
Oh,
of
and
life
that's his
flashes before
flashback?
your eyes
And that's
kind
the
of thing.
flashback. Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
Like
Okay.
maybe it's
getting to
maybe it's the
see
flashback is framed by the
guy.
beginning and ending of the fall kind of thing.
That's cool. Yeah, like getting to see the guy that you are, right? Like the actual guy that you are. Because clearly
Yeah.
you said that you changed your voice changed, your demeanor changed, all that happened during the struggle. So like what's that guy? Is Oliver Brighton the persona, or is Oliver Brighton the actual person?
The title card that just comes up in this says, "Who is Oliver Brighton?" But is suddenly goes, and it writes was.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
So what if instead
Yeah.
of just one scene, like this is just do like a montage of like little
Little snippet.
Like,
I was gonna say
snippets of
Oh,
who
God damn
Oliver
it.
is?
No pressure or anything.
No
Yeah.
pressure.
Yeah, come on.
You got
Just
There
come
are
up with
no
a dozen
other
scenes.
characters in this scene.
You got this
Entertain us,
Three.
monologue.
Mom.
Do three.
Yeah,
Do three. I feel like I
entertain
gave
us.
you
Yeah.
one of them.
But listen, if you need
Mhm.
if you need complementing characters, you know you have a plethora of people who can do that. But like,
Yes.
Yeah,
you
these
got-
should be
Oh my
yeah,
God,
like
okay.
just real short, quick
Entertain us,
scenes.
story man.
Vignettes.
Dance, monkey, dance, monkey,
Okay,
dance,
one
monkey,
from the
go,
Let's
war.
just-
go.
One from the war. We're establishing.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
let's
we're
Yes,
establish.
one from the war.
Okay.
So this
From
is
the
one
war.
from the war. This is Oliver. Oliver. I think Oliver and Harold. Like, let's see them in the war. Like they were together.
Oh yeah.
Just so like let's get a moment of that at least.
Okay.
And the other thing I really want to see is like a little bit of earlier this evening. Anything that we missed that Oliver did.
Yes.
There you
the
go.
pieces
Okay.
he laid.
the little out of shot things that didn't happen during the
Mhm.
regular.
Mhm.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, while the other scenes are taking place, what was Oliver doing in the background?
I love that because this is your last chance to like on your scene affect what happens tonight and affect the scene. Like
True. Okay.
this is our last scene for everybody.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so the first one is Harold and I in the war. Anybody else have any other ingredients to throw in that? Like the what's going on, the where.
Why you are such good friends. Whatever makes you like some
okay.
inciting incident, some you saved his ass or he saved your ass or whatever that drew you close.
Okay. I think that at the very, very top of this small snippet of a scene, Oliver is actually alone. I think it might even be right on. No. I don't want to muddy the water. Okay. He's in the trenches somewhere in France, probably. And he is actually stalking someone else. And I think while it's obvious that he's recognizable as Oliver, he is not the Oliver that we know. He's a lot more sure-footed. He's got like almost a menacing grimace like on his face. And he's like marching forward with purpose, like through the mud with his bayonet like held like at chest level. And it's obvious that he is coming up behind someone to try to stab them in the back. So I think he comes up and tries to stab this other soldier. Oh, I don't know what side this other soldier would be in. I think he's another American, actually. He's coming up on this guy and is about to stab him, and the guy hears a noise and turns around, and it turns into a really bloody back and forth hand-to-hand scuffle. And it gets to the point where this other soldier has a knife at Oliver's throat and is got the better upper hand on him and is about to kill him. And I think that's when Harold enters the scene. If that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And the moment Harold happens upon the scene, the Oliver we know is born. Help me, please! He's trying to kill me.
And there is zero hesitation as Harold has his M1 Garand rifle, and the first thing that he does is, being in the trenches like we are, the first thing he does is just swing the buttstock around upside the head of this person. And I imagine your struggle was so intense that both of you have a lot of blood on you. And there's no registering of what uniform this guy might be wearing or anything in the moment. But as soon as I butt stroke him with the rifle, it's all.
I'm sorry. That
Cari's
maneuver
face.
is called a butt stroke. I tried. I did my best. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
It is. It's a butt.
The
stock.
trenches.
I think it's called. Not see now. I'm all confused.
Hey, listen.
I think
The
it's
trenches in
called
France got
it's
really
a butt
lonely.
stroke.
Okay.
It might be a butt stroke. It can't possibly be a butt stroke.
I'll
I
just
have to
Google that
clarify
real quick. No problem.
You
I
do
love
that.
how you stopped
You do that.
saying butt strike and you changed it to butt stroke. I'm so sorry.
Butt stroke.
I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to think of what it is.
Something horrible
/
happened.
butt stroke to the head. It's butt stroke because you're using the butt stock of your rifle.
Yeah.
Butt stroke to the
Interesting.
groin. Butt stroke to the head. Butt stroke to the ass.
That's what
Like
Wikipedia got.
Stroke
Butt
to the
stroke.
groin.
One
All right.
word.
Let's
of my favorite
get back on
pages in
track
the
with
Kama
that.
Sutra.
After I butt stroke him upside the head, I'm imagining with it being the trench, and maybe even just seeing a little bit of Harold's calculations in the flash of whatever nearby battle is taking place. The flashes of explosions and whatever. After I hit him, I wait until the timing of one of these explosions, and that's when you, in close proximity, Oliver, you hear the explosion and see the muzzle flash as I obliterate the side of his head.
Oh.
And then quickly with my boot, push him off of you, hold out a hand and help you up to your feet.
Man, what a stud.
Thank God you came along when you did. Oliver grabs your hand and uses it to stand up. I can't even think of what would have happened if you hadn't come along.
I don't know who that was. And I don't know why he was trying to do that. But I know that we need to not be here.
I'm with you.
Wait. I stop. Where's your weapon?
Here. And he bends down and picks up his rifle out of the mud.
And I take your rifle and I hold it up over the top of the trench and I go pop, 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 pop until you hear that familiar ding. And then I hand it back to you and I take my own pop, pop, pop. And then I grab you and start moving back towards the line. And I just, as we're running, I just look over my shoulder at you and I say, casualty of war.
Oliver kind of nods emphatically and with terror until you turn back to face the direction we're headed, and then you just see this little smirk creep up at the corner of his mouth.
Oh.
I think that's the end of the first vignette.
Yes. Oh.
Okay. What was another one we wanted?
scenes at the party.
Yeah, just wondering if
Yeah.
there's any like
Okay.
background stuff at the party that like while other scenes were going on, Oliver was planting seeds or doing anything nefarious.
I have
Because
I
this
have
man
one
had
in mind.
machinations, so I'm sure the
He
machinations.
had machinations, all right.
Okay.
Such machinations.
Okay. I think that there is a maybe a scene with Mr. Crimson, like just as Mr. Crimson is leaving the party, like a small aside. He's escorted him like back to the door or what have you. Mr. Crimson, there's just one last piece of business that I need to bring up and discuss with you.
Right. Well, please do. But make it quick. I have to be at the airport soon.
Yes, I totally understand entirely. I know that it was discussed that this payment was to be split two ways, but that will no longer be necessary.
Oh, and why is that exactly?
The other party that was involved with this transaction is no longer interested. His interest in this has been bought out.
Oh, well, that's news that I will most definitely tell our employer.
This is the new account number where the funds are to be deposited.
He takes whatever like business card or whatever that you have the account number written on the back of. He flips it over. Well, Mr. Brighton. He looks at you up and down and then kind of gives you a smirk. A rather shrewd businessman yourself, I see.
Indeed, sir. And just please let your employer know that if there is any further business that he is interested in, any further pieces of art, perhaps, please let him know that I have plenty.
Will do, Mr. Brighton. You enjoy the party, though. Good night.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you.
God.
Okay.
We got to come up with one more.
Yeah, one
I
more.
need
I
one
know there's
more-
one more
one
at least.
more
Okay.
Hit
One
of
more.
Oliver.
I think this is just a scene by himself, though, if that's okay.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
No, that's great. That's what these are
Okay.
for.
So I think this is the last scene that we saw Oliver and Harold together, where Harold was reassuring him that everything was fine, that they were going to get through this. And they're standing close together at that cart, and he is reaching in to get the cigarette case and the lighter out of his jacket pocket. And we see Oliver nodding and playing the part. And as Harold is doing this, we see the shot from a different angle, and we see Oliver's hands dip into Harold's pockets and remove the plane tickets and put them into his own pocket. And then we like very quickly cut to the scene later where Gilroy pats an empty pocket trying to make a point, not knowing that they're no longer there.
And Cari missed that.
Oh fuck! Shit! No! Why? What happened? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Just tell me real quick. I'm so sorry.
There was
So-
a switcheroo.
Yeah. When Harold was taking the cigarettes and the lighter out of
Yeah.
Oliver's pocket at the
Yes.
drink cart,
Yes,
Oliver
yes.
actually slipped the plane tickets out of Harold's pocket and put them in his jacket. In the
that's
scene later
awesome.
where Gilroy patted his jacket trying to make a point, the tickets actually were not even in there.
Oh.
So good.
Oh.
Okay. So I think that's oddly enough. I think that went well for Oliver.
I mean,
though
it's
he
well
didn't
before he
live.
died, so yeah.
Yeah, I don't know that makes a lot of sense as far as there being one white die left, but
Oh, the last one's a wild die, so
that is true. Okay. So y'all established, so I will resolve and say that will indeed be a white die, which does balance me out, but I mean, we know that this ends poorly for Oliver anyways. Okay, cool. So then we are on to Harold's last scene. Jake, do you want to establish or resolve?
I don't know what the scene's going to be about, but I'm having a scene. I think Sydney and I need to have another scene together, but I want it to be interrupted by Nancy because now Nancy knows about Sydney and Harold, and that's expressly
love
because
interrupting.
in the scene with you and Gilroy, when Gilroy said that he saw Harold kissing Sydney, your face visibly changed. Your whole demeanor changed non-verbally. And I'm like, yeah, she's definitely going to do something about that. She's not as cool as she is putting up. Yeah. And to Austin's point, you have a new information as well. So where?
Well, Sydney went to her like studio bedroom thing again.
Oh, perfect. It's getting close to midnight.
It is.
Harold knows he's getting ready to scoot out of town. So
he thinks he is anyway.
Well, yeah, in his eyes, he's getting ready to get out of town. So he's coming to see Sydney for reasons. And I think the opening to that scene is whatever you're doing in that room. Doesn't matter. From Harold's perspective, he's been looking around for you. He probably even pretentiously went ahead and poured 2 drinks and is carrying 2 drinks and kind of looking around. And when he sees you in there, there's just that look of, oh, perfect. And the first sign that you know that he's in the room is you hear the door close.
Yeah, I think she'd be at like a desk and she'd probably be just closing a drawer when the sound of the door closing spooks her and she just makes this like
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you.
I wasn't expecting anyone to come in here. I was just putting something away really quickly. Your little friend that you brought was trying to take something of mine. So
Oliver?
Yes.
Well, no doubt he saw some shiny curio or knickknack of yours. He fancies himself a bit of a collector. And I've found that over the years, to a very small and quite frankly relatively innocent degree, for Oliver, collector and kleptomaniac are practically synonymous. I wouldn't worry too much about it, though.
All right.
You do look a little on edge. Are you all right? Looks like you may actually need this. And I bring over one of the 2 tumblers of whiskey.
You know, it's just been a very long night. I'm ready for the ball to drop and I'm just ready for bed.
Harold for a moment doesn't say anything, but you do see as he's taking a drink, you just see his eyebrow cock up for a moment as you say ready for bed.
Oh.
You know, Sydney. And he steps just a little bit closer. There's only tradition that dictates that you have to wait for the ball to drop at midnight. The new year is just a page on a calendar that we flip. It's paper indicating the changing of the year. We can celebrate anytime. I mean, that is if you're in the mood to celebrate.
She hasn't picked up the glass or anything. What sort of celebration are you talking about?
Nancy. Sorry. Actually, I think
Do
for a
you
moment.
call her Nancy?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Holy
I think Harold actually does that.
Because he's
Freudian
drunk off his
slip,
Yeah, because
ass.
he's
slips.
fucking plastered.
You know
and-
what? It's not even. He
Oh.
doesn't even catch it. He goes,
Wow.
Nancy.
Oh
come
my
on,
god.
it's a special occasion. I just thought you might be interested in celebrating just the two of us.
There's a very obvious stunned silence before she steps closer to Harold, and she almost looks as if that she is going to kiss him. She gets real close and she brings her lips to his ear and she says, I think you've had a little too much to drink. I will let you sleep here. I do have one request, though, if you would like me to meet you here later.
And that is?
Leave my husband alone.
It's done.
Good boy.
Believe me, I have no interest in your husband.
I just don't appreciate the way you portrayed yourself in front of him. You're far better than that, Harold. You know that. Now, go lay down for a little bit. I'll join you in a moment.
I think that while you are still extremely close and you've sort of turned me towards the bed, indicating that I should go sleep it off, is the exact perfect
moment
for
that
Nancy to
comes
walk
in.
in.
Well, I mean,
And I will say
there has to be like an article or two of clothing that like Harold has
It's hot
started to
in
like
here.
remove,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Oh.
I very much see that Harold has already taken his jacket off. He's probably undone a few buttons.
The ties off.
The ties
Right?
off.
Okay,
Couple
yeah,
buttons
yeah, exactly.
are undone. Yeah.
And I will say the reason Nancy has come in here is that she is like for the first time in her life having a little like social exhaustion, because this is a very intense act that she has been keeping up for the last at least, couple of like 15-20 minutes. And she like comes into this room to kind of take a break and she sees this. And she said, well. Gilroy did mention something to me, but I can't say I believed it.
Oh,
You too.
shit.
You too.
I think Sydney would look at Nancy and you would see her hands, like she's not pushing Harold away or anything. She just lets go and she takes a step back.
You always were jealous, sister. Waiting in the shadows. And Nancy is kind of walking closer. And you see her like look, and she looks like she scratches her chest. And then she kind of just, you can't exactly tell what she has done here. And she's just like walking towards you, Sydney. And she's just like, you always wanted what I had. It's not my fault I was better than you at everything. It's not my fault mother and father noticed it.
Sydney
So you had to take him.
Sydney is very much stone-faced. And I think it's very much a moment with Sydney where there's no emotion on her face. And all this talk of her being jealous, she just kind of like sidesteps back to her desk. Nancy, I honestly don't have time for you being ridiculous, and you're obviously intoxicated in more ways than one.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
I'm always ridiculous. That's
You are.
part of my charm. And she would turn then to Harold.
Take your ex-husband. I was just making sure that he didn't make a fool of himself at my party and expose what's going on between the two of you. But if you want to twist it, that's perfectly fine too. You always were good at that. Making yourself out to be the victim. Poor Nancy.
And Nancy would she's just tense. And you would see her turn to Harold and not even looking at him. She would put her hand like probably on his ass. And she would just be like looking at Sydney. And then she would slowly turn to him and be like, and you, the wandering eye, our divorce papers with the ink barely dry. You already were running off. Feel like you probably had this planned all along.
Oh, do go on, Nancy. I want to hear this elaborate alternate reality you've created, this fiction that you're spinning into truth in your mind even now.
So you're saying this whole time that we were married even? You weren't secretly lusting after my sister?
I have a quick
You know,
question.
I loved you once.
What is your question, Sarah?
I have a quick question. Is Nancy looking at Harold or is she looking at Sydney right now?
She was looking at you very intensely.
Yeah, I know.
And then now she's kind of going back and forth.
Okay. I think as one of the times that she kind of looks at Harold, that's when Sydney is reaching into her drawer again.
Oh, God. Okay.
And she's getting the hammer.
Oh, Christ.
And that's when I say, I did actually love you once upon a time, Nancy. For real. And for quite a long time. Maybe we just weren't ever meant to be together in the long run.
And this weak, hissy response is all that Nancy can stand. And she just looks at him and she just she's so close she could kiss him. But she just says, I hate you. I hate you. And she would stab his ass.
I was going to say, can the moment that she stabs him and screams that she hates him, Sydney comes up and right behind her just fucking whacks her in the back of her head with her fucking hammer?
Oh my God.
Oh
yes.
my gosh. Okay. But I have to ask for clarification from Cari.
Holy shit.
Yes.
Because of your phrasing and the scene set up. When you say you stabbed him in his ass, is that just figuratively or do you literally stab him?
That's
I
just a
grabbed his
charism.
ass.
Okay.
I want to stab him in the belly or in the chest.
I felt like the clarification was needed that you are going for the kill.
Not going to stab him in the ass.
Not for the humiliation. Okay.
No. I'm going to stab him and fucking kill him because Nancy's shit-faced and paranoid and she really does. God. She's deeply embarrassed.
I think there's just that brief moment, that briefest of moment where the knife is plunged in and the only thing Harold says is, huh. And you just see that classic blossoming of white on the, or of red on the white dress shirt. And as it's blossoming, I just imagine as I'm looking down and you're looking at it, we hear that sort of, and you see an additional splatter of blood that hits the shirt.
Uh-huh.
Mhm.
And that's when we see Nancy either stagger or fall or whatever as
'Cause I-
Sydney is standing behind her
I
with
like
the
to
hammer.
imagine
And-
it's not one hit.
It's not either, because
Mhm.
Sydney would just start
Crime of passion.
wailing on
Yep.
Nancy,
Oh,
and
yeah,
she'd
you're-
be like, "I fucking hate you. You took everything from me."
What if this might be too stupid, but like I was like a little bit of slapstick. What if like Nancy falling forward just like pushes the
Pushes the knife
stabbing implement
Yep.
just
yep,
deeper?
farther.
Oh my
Like she just
God.
falls right onto Harold.
I mean,
It's
I
just
think
like-
I think Harold and Nancy like go
Yep.
onto the bed.
It feels very almost
Like together.
Yep.
It feels like a final insult to their relationship that
Yes.
they are going to die in bed
Together.
together.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yep.
An embrace.
Oh, that's
Oh
poetic.
my god!
Okay, because here's the last thing that I wanted to do, and I want to make sure it's okay with you guys. To show like crime of passion type shit. Sydney, when she's done whacking Nancy, would slip the hammer into Harold's hand.
Oh.
Oh
Absolutely.
my gosh.
And I think her last words would be, "I hope the two of you enjoy hell together."
And the,
And then she would look for a towel.
and the Academy Award goes to
Oh my God.
Shut up! You can't
The
do that to
femme
me.
fatale.
You
That was
cannot do that
amazing.
to me again.
Wow.
That was amazing, though. That's such the perfect ending
Wow,
line
bravo.
for that. I didn't.
There are cops here.
Yep.
Allegedly.
and there are
And
now 3
Oliver's
bodies.
prints are all over the fucking hammer.
They are.
Yeah, Austin just said that on the hammer.
Holy
my God.
shit.
Good luck figuring this out, Officer Jenkins.
Yeah. Fuck you,
Jenkins,
Officer
Jenkins is like, I'm just
I
an
found the
acquisition.
scotch.
This is a costume.
Wait,
this match
wait,
is literally
no.
tin.
No,
I'm
this
a
is
stripper.
varnish. This is varnish. Never mind.
This is
Back on
varnish.
the case of the missing scotch.
Oh my gosh. Well,
Okay.
hold on. Was that my scene? That was my
That was
It
scene.
was your
Yours.
scene,
Yeah,
believe it or not.
even if there was white
No,
dye
it was-
left, it
You
does not
invited
matter.
Beautiful.
me in. This is
You
I'm like a
absolutely
vampire.
get a black dye.
There
Jesus.
was nothing good about that scene for
No.
Harold.
Nope.
I would have to agree. Oh my god. that was
I'll be
amazing.
honest. I thought at most that scene would end with Harold either getting lucky or getting punched by 2 women.
Well,
Nice.
Not entirely wrong.
I thought he
And-
might get like confronted for his like nefariousness, but wow,
Okay,
he got real
Not entirely wrong.
confronted.
Yeah.
It was an aggressive confrontation.
Ed
No, and
Boon's
from
in
a
there.
from a purely storytelling point of view, in a Chekhov's gun, the fact that you took the pocket knife and slipped it into your dress
Mhm.
earlier so that it was there.
Yep,
You even
it
had
was
the
there.
you like reached up and scratched at your chest.
Oh no, that's my
I think
pocket
as
knife.
soon
I'm
as-
fuck.
As soon as
It's your pocket
Yeah.
knife.
as soon as Nancy came in and saw them both together, like she had murder on her mind and she just wanted to like make it
Mm.
last. And she wanted to give both of them a fuck you before she probably would have killed Sydney too.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
why Sydney hit her first.
That the leapfrog murder was amazing though.
That and that was a double crime of passion.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was an
100%.
opportunity. It was
Yes, very Coen
And-
Brothers.
and
Absolutely.
just the way that the 2 of them died together
Mhm.
is just so
They're made
picture
for each other.
perfect.
I'm just picturing the shot too of like him,
Mhm.
like leaning back, like on the bed with his knees like over, hanging over,
Mhm.
and she's just like flopped over on top of him.
Mhm.
Probably with her arm over his chest.
Yeah,
it's
just this
perfect.
bloody
It's-
mess of
and
the 2 of
As
them.
the camera slowly rotates up from an overhead view, the blossom of blood just spreads across
Yep.
the
Mhm.
bed sheet.
I
I always
did
love
love
those
you.
kind of
I
shots.
did
And
love
you
you
just
once.
you just see, I imagine like hand placement, like Nancy's hand is still somewhat on the knife.
Mm.
And then Harold has the hammer now in his hand. So you just see two weapons, and it's the spouses holding the weapons, and it very much looks like they kill each other.
Other than the fact that he's under her and the back of her head is beaten to hell.
But like details.
1950s police
Jenkins
work.
on the case.
Yeah,
He ain't gonna figure that shit out.
That's just.
But well, he's actually only in acquisitions. He doesn't do homicides.
There you go.
You're right. It's canon. Oh shit. So what do I do?
Okay. So yeah. Do you want to establish or do you want to resolve?
I don't know what to do to establish, so I will guess I will resolve to get a black die.
Okay.
A little bit backed into a quarter, but you guys tell me.
So what do we want to see? I think I want to see, to add to this tragedy, I think I want to see a time when Nancy was happy. Either with Sydney or
how about
with
we do one with
Harold.
both?
Oh, I have a
both.
Okay. With Nancy and Sydney happy?
With Nancy and Sydney happy, and then one with Nancy and Harold.
And Harold happy?
Okay, perfect.
Okay. Nice. So what are we thinking for... You said you had an idea for one of them?
Yeah,
Cari?
I was thinking there would be a time when... Because... I've kind of had it in the back of my head, and this is for selfish reasons, for role play reasons. Shut up, Jake.
I didn't say anything.
That was me.
Oh, sorry. Shut up, Jeremy.
You're chewing on a toothpick.
Yeah, shut up, Jake.
Ruined my moment.
Jeremy's character's already dead. He's like, I'm sitting here on the sidelines now.
No, it's the fact that she said literally, she literally said the phrase "in the back of my head."
Right.
So,
yeah. Oh god.
that's what I was like. Oh god.
I've been thinking
That's right.
like
I thought it.
while I have been playing this character, I've kind of been thinking like Nancy didn't really do anything other than be good at some shit, and her parents treated her a certain way. She never, I mean, maybe unintentionally, was after Sydney. Like she didn't really dog her, and I would imagine there was a time even when she was very supportive of like Sydney's art, and if Sydney ever had like an art show, I know for a fact Nancy would be like the first one there.
Which one's the older sister, or are they like very similar in age?
I don't remember what we decided. What did we decide, Sarah? Do you remember?
I think we decided Sydney was the older sister.
Okay,
because like my thought is like the jealousy and weirdness has been there for so you guys must be fairly close in age, because otherwise that wouldn't be necessarily the case. But it seems like it's been there long enough that like for a scene for both of you to be happy, that almost has to be like you guys were like,
you gotta be little.
Yeah, like just either kids or like just entering teenagers or something.
Okay.
Because like
weird to play, but
that's fair.
The way that I imagine their relationship is, they're pretty close in age. But like while Sydney was always really quiet and soft spoken, and she didn't want to be in the limelight, it was Nancy who wanted to do all these different things and wanted to, their parents liked that better. They wanted to show her off and things like that. And Sydney just wanted to create. And maybe when they were younger, maybe after one of like the little pageants or something, Nancy comes up on like Sydney drawing or something.
And this is after like this is after Nancy has kind of taken off
the hammer,
like all of the regalia and the hair and all of it, and is just kind of dressed like just knock-kneed in little shorts and a t-shirt.
It's the one where you win like the hammer as the award.
Yes, I got the hammer as the award, and she would
so
come
we
up
focus on the hammer on the bed, like with like a slow spin,
God.
and like it fades to another scene.
And it's little Nancy coming in and be like, well, I won. And you would note that her voice is obviously, other than being just young, it's very different because her current voice in her adult years is purely an affectation. And she would just kind of shrug and be like, they gave me a hammer.
I think she would look up from like her sketchbook and she'd look at you. Why did they give you a hammer?
I don't know. What have you been up to this whole time? And she would kind of be like looking over your shoulder.
I was drawing the dog.
Of course it's the dog. Look, you even got, and she would like point out all these details and like all these like very like how talented you are and be like, wow, that almost looks like a photograph.
Thanks. I've been thinking about asking Mummy to let me start working with clay. I'd really like to do that.
Yeah, you should. You should. And I bet they would say yes if you showed them this picture. I bet you they would put it in a frame and put it up in the house.
Oh, I don't know about that. But maybe we could share it and we could make some art together.
Yes. Yeah. And we could pin this picture up in our room and then we could make more pictures and pin them up too.
I like that idea.
And Nancy would hug Sydney and would just be very happily and just excited about this prospect of making art with Sydney and just kind of pull back and put down her hammer and maybe grab like a whatever, just crayons or colored pencils or whatever she has and kind of merrily start trying to make her own picture and just kind of shrug and be like, I don't think I'll probably ever be as good as you are, but I'll try.
You just gotta practice a lot. But you're doing really good. And like Sydney would very much encourage all of this. Like she would be very much the loving older sister who just wants to see her baby sister succeed
and I imagine that's kind of where that scene ends.
Fantastic. Absolutely.
And then many years later, you see Nancy and Harold together right before their wedding. And they're like getting ready to come in to the church, like to take the vows. Like it's right before the wedding. And Nancy would kind of like shrug over at Harold and she's like, I'm not superstitious, but I think it's bad luck for you to see me in my dress before the wedding.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm picturing you out of the dress.
You. And she would pinch his ass, as is their custom. And she would just kind of like lean into him and kind of sigh, and she would just say, I don't believe I've ever been this happy.
You feel him. I just sort of squeeze my arm around you, and then I sort of push you away just at arm's length, just taking a long look as if challenging the superstition and say, I don't care if it's bad luck. Whatever bad luck this superstition brings, I wouldn't miss the opportunity to see you now and for the rest of our lives.
It's going to be a wonderful new adventure. And she would lean in and she would say, do you suppose it's bad luck to kiss the bride before the wedding?
Screw bad luck. And Harold leans in for a kiss.
And it's long and passionate, and it's genuine. It's not about like, for at least a couple seconds, it's not about sex, and it's not, it's just, they just love each other. And then I imagine she just like hugs him, and we fade back to Nancy's arm slung over Harold. And that's
real quick. Can I add a shot in there?
Please.
Like,
please.
like after the kiss, as she kind of pulls away and leaves her hand like trailing down him, it stops on the exact spot where she stabs him.
Oh.
And fades to the
right. Yes.
Beautiful.
the two of them.
My God.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Wow.
I want to direct a movie with all of you.
I hurt my own feelings.
Oh my god.
Why aren't we making movies?
Right, we should be sitting in a writer's room.
Let's quit our jobs now, kiddos. Let's do it.
We're gonna make it big.
We're
I
gonna
would
make
make
it big.
so much more.
It's called Fiasco Films.
Yes.
Yes.
I think we'll have to talk. I think we'll have to talk to someone about that, but I'm pretty sure we can make that happen.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Ah.
I just broke my own heart.
My
Incredible.
feelings.
It's Sarah's turn. Just kidding.
All right, so
Move
we need
Move
to
on
get,
while I'm crying.
yeah, we're gonna give Cari her black die here.
I think black die for bad luck. Seeing
For
that.
bad
luck before the wedding.
Mhm.
You know, it was funny because as you were setting that scene up, the first thing that went through my head was, we shouldn't be walking in together. That's bad luck.
Right. Right.
Mhm.
Who the hell knows how they did shit in the 80s? I mean, I guess some of you do.
The
From
80s?
real life.
I mean,
This
the
is
50s.
30s.
What,
Or
the
no,
50s?
50s.
Oh yeah, it'd be
40s.
the 30s or 40s.
40s, yeah,
40s
40s
to
and
50s. I
Game
guess.
bleed.
You guys
Game
are
bleed.
probably like
Game bleed.
what? Like
Sorry. The 50s.
how old? I
Oh,
don't
it'd be
know
even
how
further.
old
Yeah, it'd be
anybody
further
is.
back for
It'd
that.
be further back from that.
So
because
this would be
they've
like
been married at least 10,
19
15 years.
This would be like
Mhm.
8.
Yeah,
What?
Yeah, so I guess
late
you
30s,
might. Yeah,
early 40s.
yeah.
Yeah.
Shit.
Christ. Wow. So, who the hell knows?
We're
Who knows?
old.
So you would have been
We're
born
old
like
as
around
fuck.
like 1910, 20 probably.
Who
Okay.
remembers?
Yeah.
The Nazis were happening. It was a crazy, crazy time.
Shit got weird.
Okay. So Sarah,
Germans part 2.
the Kaiser strikes again.
Like,
Sydney's.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Jesus.
Sorry.
Sydney. You're
That was,
standing there with a
terrible.
bloody
Oh
corpse
my
of your lover
God.
and your
Sydney,
sister.
do you want to do you want to kick off this grand scene for Sydney, or
Reba McEntire plays in the background.
I think I'm I don't know.
that's fair. I mean, there's a lot going on.
I mean, where you just were in the room where it happened.
Mhm.
In the room where it happened.
With
Sorry.
it was deliberate.
Mhm, mhm.
With what just happened.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go next? Who do you go to?
Yeah. Do you want to establish that, or would you rather leave that up to us and then you resolve whatever happens from there?
I did establish last time. I think I'm gonna resolve. Someone help me.
Okay,
Okay.
sure.
So
Okay,
I mean,
gang, where does she go after she commits this?
well, it
Murder.
sure as hell isn't you, me, or Cari.
Okay.
Nope.
You got a point there.
No, this
out the options.
We're running out of people.
We are running out of
This-
people.
Okay.
she goes find Jenkins.
She's got to go find Gilroy. No, she's got to go find Gilroy.
she's-
Yeah,
She's got
That
to
makes
find Gilroy.
absolute positive
sense.
100%.
Because if their love isn't real, at least she would take comfort in him. He's been
Yeah.
a good friend.
Yep. Also,
Well-
I would cover up a murder. That's
Yeah.
fine.
But I mean, that makes perfect sense. Like, even though Sydney may have like wanted that in her heart of hearts to do that to Nancy, that kind of experience still has to rattle the fuck out of you.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, she is just
You know?
like
So she's probably
She
looking
bashed
for.
Nancy's fucking brains in. Like it wasn't just
Right.
one. It was just boom, boom, boom,
This
boom,
is.
boom, boom.
Do you? Does anybody here know what a snorri cam is?
No.
No.
It was established in I think by Darren Aronofsky in the movie Pi, and he used it quite a bit. It's when the camera rig is attached to the front of the actor, so you get this awkward perspective as they're moving through. That's the shot that's taking place as Sydney is moving through this penthouse party after this scene, trying to find Gilroy.
She's at least cleaned herself up, I think.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you're definitely in a state where
Of shock.
I picture there's a lot of this because we're only seeing your face and the camera's sort of moving with it. So there's a lot of this where you're moving through hallways, you're moving in, and somebody comes up to say something to you, and there's a moment of
Just kinda...
and then you continue on. So it's a frantic, maybe 30 seconds of quick shots before you find Gilroy,
and
where
maybe you even just like accidentally bump into him.
I was gonna say accidentally bumping into Gilroy and it scares the shit out of her. So like Gilroy just hears this like very familiar, probably from when they like first got together, when like something would spook her and she lets out this like really high pitched like squeak. And I think that's where the scene would start.
Yeah. Hey. Okay. Hold on. What's wrong?
I need you to come with me for a moment.
Oh, I see her eyes, and I'm like, I haven't seen your eyes like that in a long time. I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Let's go.
And I very much think that she just leads him straight to her bedroom, studio, whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
And she is very quick to kind of like pull him in before anybody else can like come into contact with them. And she shuts her door and locks it. And she goes, things happened. Harold tried to come here and tried to get me in bed. And I was trying to just get him to lay down. Nancy came and Nancy was going on about how we must have been having an affair. She said that you had told her that we kissed.
Okay, whoa, okay. I think when you bring him into the room, he hasn't seen the carnage yet. He has not seen the carnage yet.
No, she's standing in front of him, just like this. Like
he is
her
facing
hands are
you.
everywhere.
Sydney, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I said that. I am. But what is wrong? What is so wrong that you...
I was just gonna ask that, sure.
Yes. Like I think it's that moment where he goes, "What is wrong?" that she just sidesteps and she gestures to her bed, and there are Harold and Nancy's bodies.
Oh shit. Okay. Oh fuck.
Gilroy.
Honey.
Gilroy.
Oh
my god. I need
bleach. That's what we need.
Okay, that too.
Yeah.
But it's almost midnight. We just need to get this party done, and then we can take care of this.
Okay. Yep. I agree with you. On that. 100%.
Gilroy, I hit her.
You hit her?
She talked about was how I was jealous of her, and I watched her stab him. And I hit her.
I think in the moment he wants to be consoling for a second, but it's that like he's getting punched with this information back to back to back. And there's like there's probably like a sitting chair that's like in the corner of the room, and he just like stumbles back and sits in there for a second. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Well, look. They were. How do we spin? Sydney, how do we spin this? How do we spin this? How do we make this? How do we make this go away? Because I can't have something happen to you. You can't have something happen to me. This is bad. Okay. Okay. And he thinks about it for a minute. It's a crime of passion. Okay. It's a crime of passion. They were in here before we got here. We have no idea what happened in here. If someone asks, we know nothing.
The hammer wouldn't have been in here if his friend hadn't been trying to take it.
Yeah. Oliver tried to take it, right? Okay. So if Oliver took it, he hid it, and then I think there's that moment. There's a moment in here where he looks over, and the painting that has been sitting in this room that is set for delivery tomorrow morning is sitting there, staring him in the face. You know, honey, we could take a vacation after this. We could get away for a while. Let all of this clear up. Clean out all this. We can figure this out.
I think that you see that tears are just falling down her face. And when you talk about going on a vacation, she stops for a moment and she looks at you. And you watch her walk to her desk. And she pulls out 2 different envelopes and she sets them down on her desk.
Okay.
She doesn't look at you anymore. I want you to ask Emerson about these. Okay? Don't worry about me. Okay.
About these, and he looks down at the envelopes.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about?
I just want you to know that I love you more than words will ever say. More than actions will ever show. I want you to be free, Gilroy. If you can just do this one thing for me, please. I don't want to be your cage.
Did he tell you that? Did he tell you that that's how I felt? I mean, did he tell you that that's how it felt? Because that's not.
No. Emerson didn't tell me that. No. I have very much felt like a burden and a trap for you for many, many years. I tried to ignore it. I tried to ignore the fact that all this was for show. You need your freedom, Gilroy. And I'm giving that to you. This and she places her hands on these envelopes. This is part of that. I just got the phone call this morning.
About what, Sid?
I got you your first solo show in Paris. 2 tickets, 1 way. It's at the end of the month.
Look. He stands up from the chair at this point and comes over to you, and he takes his hands and he clasps them around yours, holding the tickets in. I don't know what to say right now, but we are going to figure this out together. And he like just embraces you in a hug, and then just says, "Thank you for being my partner. Thank you for just loving me unconditionally and not caring. And you know what? I want someone to love you unconditionally too. The way that I have."
I think that when you tell her that you want someone to love her unconditionally too, I think that when you would kind of hear, there'd be a bitterness in the sound as she kind of laughs. And she pushes herself away from you. Remember, love. Happiness only comes to some of us.
Okay. No, Sid. That painting. He's trying to think of ways to get you to get you to a place. You've done him a service, so now he's going to do you a service. And I think that that's where your scene here will end, because then my scene will begin. And I think that would be right. Or
okay, can I just do one thing?
Yes, of course.
Can I do one thing?
Absolutely.
As Gilroy is trying to be like, this painting, we can do that. I think this is the first time, like probably since like their wedding day, that Sydney just like full on kisses him just to get him to shut up.
Oh yeah, no, that's perfect. That's beautiful. So good.
And that's then we can begin Gilroy's
we can sell it. We can
yeah.
Mm-hmm. 'Kay. 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 '
Black die for
Wow.
me.
Wow. A
My
tragic ending for
whole
you.
body
Real.
fucking hurts. Oh my god.
This is
Yeah, it's a lot
Black
of
die
tension
of sadness.
going on.
My whole body.
Every single scene, though, y'all. I mean, seriously, like, it's
I'm crying.
it's so easy in a thing like this where you know you have multiple turns to just to have like frivolous stuff that happens, but like nobody is wasting any of their screen time. Like every single thing that happens is like this
so rich.
amazing revelation or gut punch or both. It's amazing.
I'm crying and actively
Same.
cramping at the same time.
Oh god.
Like my body is actively
Eat a banana.
cramping.
Chad, eat
No.
a banana.
No, we're finishing this, and then I'll worry about my potassium levels. Okay,
My body hurts.
we'll figure this out after. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that hurts.
I love this so much. Oh,
Okay.
It pains me, but I'm so happy. Yeah, I'm good.
Chad?
We'll be okay. We'll make it.
It sounds like maybe you
Yeah.
want to establish
Yes,
your final,
yes.
the final
The
scene?
final scene. Holy cow. That's a lot of pressure.
Well,
so
remember, we still have the epilogue, so
Yes,
that'll still
yes.
happen with the dice and stuff in
Okay.
the aftermath.
Okay. So, two things that I would like to do in this scene. It is slightly very similar to how we've had some montage of things, but I like to think that this last scene starts with the kiss and then immediately transitions into Gil taking full action to be like, he doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what happened to Oliver. He doesn't know anything of any of that right now. But all he knows is that painting is valuable, and that someone is coming, or that somebody is buying that painting, and that painting is valuable enough to legitimately, like, whatever we need can wipe away whatever needs to be happening. So, he immediately looks to her. Okay. You and me, we're gonna sell that painting now. Okay? Oliver and Harold have taken advantage of us for a long time.
You're right.
A long time.
There's no us. You and Emerson can take it.
I don't want to leave you behind in the aftermath. I don't want to leave you behind in that.
I'll be okay.
Honey, if you go to jail, do you know how that'll make me feel for the rest of my life? I'm not having you take the fall for their crazy shit. I'm not having you do that. So we're cleaning this up. We're hiding the fact that we did anything. And I'm going to talk to Emerson. And thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, will we take this opportunity and will we go do that? Absolutely. Absolutely. But if you think that I'm going to leave you here with this horror show, I'm not going to do that. I'm not. So what we're going to do is you and I are going to go out into the party. Okay, we're going to finish up midnight. Everything's going to be fine. Then I'm going to go find Emerson. I'm going to tell him But you told me. And then we, the three of us, are going to clean this mess up so that you don't go to jail. Sid.
I don't think Sydney says anything. I think she is very much, again, sort of a reminder of when they first got together. She's very, eyes to the floor.
Yeah.
Playing with her hands because she doesn't know what to do.
Yeah. Sydney. He takes your hands again. Listen. You have guided me through all of this so many years. Please just let me do this one last thing for you. Okay? Let me do this one last thing for you. And then I guess we can both. I don't even want to say it because you said you. I guess we can both be free of each other then. But I don't want that.
I think the moment you say that is the moment that you really see her crack.
Yeah.
Because for her, she's doing this because of things that Emerson has told her and things that she has felt, throughout their entire marriage.
Yeah.
And to hear you actually say it kind of breaks her.
Yeah. So in that moment, he just holds her in a hug for a second. Carnage all around them. He gives her a kiss on the forehead. I will be back. We need to go out. We'll come back here. We need to go out there, finish the party. They can't know anything's changed. Okay? Okay? Then we come in here with Emerson. We fix this. And everything goes back to normal. Okay? Everything goes back to the way it was. All right. He goes over to their mirror. He's like wiping the tears from his eyes. God. Okay. You can do this. You can do this, Gil. We can do this. Come on. Smiles and happiness. For 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. And we're done. Okay. And then they go out.
And I think Jake
yeah.
nailed it. I think like the moment you open the door, Gilroy, we hear the 10, 9, 8,
7,
and then
6, 5, 4,
we
3, 2,
fade to
1.
the aftermath.
And then I think I wanted to have just one scene with Emerson during.
You might be able to do that as part of the aftermath.
Oh, cool. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, that's great.
It's like each of the dice that you have. Once you figure out your total,
never mind.
It like
You're right.
represents
I totally
like
forgot about that. You are
brief
right.
little interludes.
Yes.
God.
Okay.
Okay, so that last die is
as I
wild. I mean, these y'all are just unreal.
My whole body.
I know. I'm just mad.
It's so intense.
Is that a white or a black for that last one?
It's hard to tell.
It's a wild. It can be either.
It's gray.
I know.
I think it's
I'm
a
saying,
white. I think it's a white for Gilroy.
That's a white for Gilroy.
Is it though?
He just really. It's sad, but he tried to do the right thing.
Yeah,
I think
he.
Yeah.
I think he got what he was after in that scene.
In the end,
Chad, remember that's white.
Gilroy.
Yes.
No.
Just look at that one and think opposite.
So it is white for the intention of his character having earned a white die, but for the aftermath roll, it maintains its actual color.
Dark color versus white color.
Is what it says, yeah.
Yep.
Oh.
It maintains its actual color for rolling during the aftermath, however, is what it says.
Yep, it's weird.
That is weird. Then what's the point of changing it? make you feel like you have some control, I guess.
Yes. I don't
That's
really know.
silly.
It's a system
the-
of control.
Yeah, the
very
dice
odd.
system in this game is a little wonky. It gets abstract in certain ways that I don't understand 100%, but that's what we're here for.
Okay.
Okay. So what you're going to do is you're going to get dice that represent the dice that you have gathered throughout play here. So for example, I have 2 gold colored die that will represent my 2 white dice, and I have 2 silver colored die that will represent my black dice. Since I have 2 of each, you're going to roll those just like we did whenever we were headed into the tilt, and then you're going to add the dice of the same color together, and then you're going to take the highest total and the lowest total, and you're going to find the difference between them. That makes sense?
Yes.
So, like,
Yes.
I got a 7 on my black and a 4 on my white, which means that my outcome is black 3, because black was
Okay.
my highest total, and the difference between them is a 3. So that's the way you calculate your score that takes us into the aftermath.
Man, I rolled so high on everything.
Rolled a 7 and a 7.
7
Wow.
and
So you got
7,
0.
absolute 0.
Yep.
I got a
have
12 and an 11.
Okay.
Dang, son.
I have
So,
black
On a
5.
1. White.
I got
Okay.
a 10 and a 6, so that would be a white 4.
Sarah got a...
I got black 8.
I'd literally
White.
have only one tiny scene that I want to be able to do.
Black 8, white 7. So that's a black 1, right?
Black 8, white 7.
Black 8,
Yeah.
white
one.
7
Yeah.
would be black 1,
Black
right?
1.
Black
Jake, I
one.
think I
Yep.
know the scene you want to do.
You
and I
can't.
think it's
I don't think you can possibly.
Austin?
I got
what
a
did you
white
get again?
1. White 1.
White 1. Okay. All right.
I'll
So,
let you know.
so I don't know what the best order to do this in. I guess we should probably just do it around the horn the same way. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
So what do,
So we'll start
what do
with.
these numbers mean? Or are you going to tell us?
So
what
there's
these
yeah,
numbers
in the book it has a breakdown of like all of the aftermath possible outcomes. So for Austin, white 1, dreadful. You are certainly dead, probably from a self-inflicted wound. People you care about are also probably dead, maybe through your own stupid, ugly failure. To say that you fucked up is an insult to fucked upness. You have redefined the term. So, yeah, this book gets harsh. I don't know how to resolve that.
I love it.
I have an
with-
idea,
with
but
your
I kind of
outcome.
need to know what Gilroy's outcome is first, and maybe Sydney's.
Okay. But they also say something about like typically, like when you're doing your epilogue, each die that you have should represent like a small statement, like a small like outcome. Black dice typically represent physical things. White dice typically represent emotional or mental things. And they recommend that each die is kind of presented as a, this is my blank, my character doing something in kind of that format. If that makes sense.
Okay.
So if you want to take a moment and we want to go around the horn and we can read everybody's outcome,
Sure. Yeah, let's
and
find
then
out
we
how
can
everybody-
define.
how everybody
Okay,
does.
because you were saying it hinged on Gilroy's. Oliver's. I got a black 3. Black 3 is harsh. No shit. Shit in a bag, harsh. A lifetime of medication, harsh. A big black cloud of hurt is going to rain all over you. The things you need to happen are not going to. Simple as that. Well, I think that's pretty obvious.
Pretty much sums it up.
Okay, wait a minute. To me, that means you didn't die. You
That's what
are
it sounds like,
fucked.
but I can't
you are
imagine.
fucked
but I
up.
mean,
Your body
maybe.
is broken. but they were able to get to you.
To
Like,
survive.
I think
Oy.
you can't talk, you can't eat, you're being fed through
jaw-wired
a
shut.
straw.
Yeah.
You are like in full
Very
much
blast
could be the
blast,
case.
iron lung shit.
In that end shot through the seeing the blurry Oliver fall, instead we see the focus shifts and we see broken Oliver laying there, and then one hand just twitches.
Mm.
Holy shit.
A denouement.
Even like
Good
cut back
grief.
just a second, and he like hit an awning on the way down that slowed him down just
Oh
enough.
yeah,
that,
it was like a tear.
yeah.
in the-
Yes.
Yeah, the camera the camera moves up and you see like then the tear in the awning.
The torn
Oh,
awning.
wow. Okay. Harold got a 0. Straight up 0. Which did you have as the highest? Oh wait, they might actually be the same. They are identical. As far as which you had black or white, it doesn't matter.
Oh yeah.
They literally just wrote the same entry under both columns. So 0, the worst thing in the universe. This probably doesn't include death, since death would be way better than whatever this is. Be creative and don't settle for the first quote-unquote worst thing that comes to mind. There's something darker, more awful, more wretched in there somewhere. All right. Cari got a black 5. Rough. You are getting whipped like a rented you're getting whipped like a rented mule. For starters, and you will remember this episode for all of your diminished days.
Oh.
The lesson you learn will be profound, lingering, and painful. All right, then.
More brain damage. Again, I like the idea of
Mhm.
like a hammer, like a blunt force trauma is not necessarily
It's
going to be
not.
like you went
True.
pretty ham, but like, maybe like she's a vegetable now.
In a coma.
I mean,
for, like,
the way all of
A
these played
vegetable.
out for the three of us, I can just picture at some point the detectives on scene, and of course one of them is Jenkins,
Of course.
obviously.
Yeah.
are like as the stretchers are being pulled out of the building with Nancy and with Harold, one of the detectives is like, it's the damnedest thing. There was a bloodbath in there, but nobody's dead. Somehow
No
they all
murder.
survived. They're either really strong or they're the worst murderers in the world.
Not wrong. Nancy is a vegetable, though.
Oh yeah.
Like,
Oh, Nancy.
Half
yeah.
of her brain was crushed. She's a
Uh-huh.
vegetable.
Oh yeah. And she's not attractive anymore, which I think
Locked
is the
in,
worst. The worst
dude.
fate of all.
Locked in syndrome.
Mhm.
Yeah.
No,
You ever heard of
There's
that?
barely enough to even
Oh,
be
wow.
locked in anymore.
Fine.
Um,
Some drools.
Sydney, Sarah got a white 4.
Mm-hmm.
Bitter. You know what it's like to be utterly crushed, casually brought low, forced to eat your own words and stand mute and powerless before your enemies. They gloat, and you are helpless.
Hey, look, it's Emerson.
Wow.
Mm. Yeah.
Emerson gets everything
Well.
he wants.
Okay, last but certainly not least, we have Gilroy. Chad got a black 1. Horrible. You are probably dead. You also got a white 1? No?
So-
Okay. You are probably dead. Other people, probably innocent people, are as well. There is no justice. There is no mercy. Everything is utterly, painfully screwed, and it is all of it, your fault.
Incredible.
This
That's such a
this
perfect
book,
I don't know how I'm
Such a
gonna
perfect
spin
fate
that,
for
but
Chad.
yeah, is
we're
It's
good,
harsh.
man.
Yeah, I don't like
Harsh.
it's tough because the ideas that I have to like bring about my demise might also bring about yours. I
Listen,
don't know how you feel about that.
let's go
So,
together. Let's
here's-
go together in harmony, my man.
So okay, so I still don't quite get the like hold up your die. Like, are these bad consequences or are these aftermath like things? because like I have an idea for like what happened and what led us to that place of
To the bad
the
stuff.
aftermath
Okay.
consequence.
Yeah, it
But
says
I don't quite get the dice.
yeah, each die should be presented in a "this is my character doing something" format. Let me find the actual entry in the book here. Tweaking. Oh, where's that? Look for tweaking your fiascos. The chapter that I was looking at. Yeah, this game wants you to use whippets for some weird reason. No,
Oh, cool.
that's terrible.
Tweaking my fiasco sounds like a euphemism.
That does sound like something terrible.
I think that's what happens when you get up too fast at our age. Consult the roll all the dice in front of you. Trying to find the actual.
I left my book upstairs. Otherwise, that'd help.
But I had a copy of this book. Apparently, I did not.
Yeah, play the aftermath as a montage with one "this is" statement per die associated with your character. Is what it says.
Okay.
Okay. Here's the format. You take one of the dice that ended up in front of you and you say, "This is my character doing something." It should be active and it should be about your person, not someone else. Then someone else takes a die and does the same thing. You're describing the outcome of the game, maybe tightly focused, maybe meandering across many years. Your group will find its own preferred way of handling the montage. Keep it brisk, broad, colorful, and poignant. I don't know if that's a help, but there you go.
Okay.
Each one is like a scene in the montage.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So oh man. This is weird because I'm trying to figure out how to get to what I want.
Well, do you want some help?
Sure.
Cause this is just me, and I just like to like hurt my characters as much as I can. And this kind of goes with like my aftermath, and this is a scene that I instantly saw in my head where Sydney is the one who takes them to the airport, and Emerson just gives her this shit-eating grin.
Ooh.
Basically saying, "I won." And that leaves her broken and utterly crushed.
What if it's even worse that it's not even that he is rubbing it in her face. It's just that he is so genuinely happy that he can't hide how happy he is and isn't trying.
That does make it worse.
She perceives it like
she
that.
perceives it.
She's
as
reading it
rubbing
like
in.
he's rubbing it in, but he's really just like, oh my God, I actually get to like go off to this other country that might even be a little bit cooler to us. And like,
he is
and
like
it's a one-way ticket, so you don't
profusely
have to come back.
thanking her
so
multiple
this is my character
times.
He's
being
profusely
incredibly
thanking her.
happy
He's profusely thanking her for letting Gilroy go.
on the ride to the airport.
There you go. All right. This black die represents Oliver going through likely years of triage and rehabilitation of some degree. Jake?
So
It's hard when you have a dead character.
right?
A character you thought was dead.
Yeah.
Are you getting like your physical rehabilitation in jail?
This black die is Harold staring at two very old pictures, worn pictures side by side, one of Nancy and one of Sydney. And as the camera pulls back, these two very worn pictures are taped to the cinder block wall. As we see Harold sitting on the bunk in a jail cell, but he also is on oxygen. He's in a special ward, medical ward of the prison, because it wasn't his heart that she stabbed. She punctured his lung. And I imagine it was so badly done that Harold has one lung now. And the only thing you hear in this scene is
Oh.
Okay. Cari?
All right. This die represents Nancy, who is also somehow alive. And I don't know how you would tell this if this were a movie, but she is laying in this bed, and the doctors and nurses around are just kind of casually talking about how it's a miracle she's not dead and yada, 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 and that she probably won't last long anyway, and yada, yada, yada. And then one nurse chimes in with something like, should we be talking about her while we're standing right here? And the doctor says, don't worry, she can't even hear us anyway. But she very
single
much can.
tear comes down her eye. That's how you know she's hearing everything.
100%.
That's how you know
yes.
she hears everything.
Yes.
I mean, I guess this will.
That is fucking tragic. Oh my god.
That hurts. That physically hurts me. Again, the whole airport thing, like Sydney is driving them to the airport, and the genuine happiness that she sees for both of them is just absolutely crushing to her, because that's all she's ever wanted. And this is when I think once they get on the plane, I think the scene kind of pans out and just you see her in her car and she steps into it. And you just see her drive back into the city.
Okay. Chad? What you got?
Okay. You said the black dyes represent physical.
That's what they recommend.
Recommend physical. White dyes recommend. Okay. Yeah. You know, it's funny. And then Austin, you can I'll tell you how I'm feeling, and then you tell me what you think. Okay. We have these tickets to Paris. We're going. I have on me a small duffel, right? Or a small sort of like a bureau briefcase kind of thing. Messenger bag-ish. Inside of it is, because we couldn't carry it on the plane, inside of it is the painting. Okay, here's why I mentioned this. Okay, this is going to be you and me getting on the plane. Everything seems 100% perfect so far. Everything aligns, everything that's happened. So in Gil's eyes, Sydney's going to be safe from from anything happening to her as far as jail time, anything like that. So in his eyes, everything's fine. He can finally kind of just relax and not care. And then I think what happens is, remember that show that Sydney set Gil up for? I think we both get there that night. And who happens to show up to that show but Mr. Crimson, to actually pick up the painting.
It's funny. I was on a very similar track.
That was what I was going to do, but that's why I wanted to kind of work with you on this. That to me is,
I think,
us taking that flight and getting to Paris and like thinking we've got out scot-free.
I think I was thinking we played a little bit longer even because we
That's
still have
fine,
more
yeah.
dice to go. So what
Yeah,
if
let's do it.
we took the painting
Yep.
and Mr. Crimson showed up back at the apartment that morning expecting to pick it up and
shit.
finds there's a bloodbath and the painting's gone.
Whoop.
And the broker that he paid, you know, a
Yep.
hefty sum to get this, like, has gotten away. I might have even been holding the money for the,
Yeah.
you know, as part of the transaction.
Holding the money in the bag, baby. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I think we're setting up our demise quite clearly. So, then I will contribute with you. Still, like, yeah, we took the painting, and this die is my character. Oh, where is it? This die is my character brokering a new deal, which he thinks he's doing very cleanly and very clearly in Paris, to try to sell this back to some Frenchmen, which feels appropriate. But what he doesn't know is that this art world of stolen art is a much smaller world than he expected. And Mr. Crimson's employers may be French themselves.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
So this white die is going to represent the mental anguish that Oliver goes through, knowing how abysmally he failed at everything he had worked so hard to set up, so meticulously planned, and it all went so wrong. And now he is likely to be condemned by his fall, literally, for the rest of his life.
What do the white dice represent again?
Mental or emotional?
I think it is a montage that is taking place over, it's orange, but this is my white die. Probably years. We see Harold sitting in a chair with his oxygen tank, wearing his prison uniform. And as the camera is slowly pulling back, we're seeing about every 1 or 2 seconds, the clothes are slightly different. And very quickly we see the shadow growing and then the beard start to grow, the hair getting longer, as we see he's in a group setting. And the other people are constantly changing who they are and what their appearance is. But center frame, like a Wes Anderson film, there's Harold just getting older and getting more and more ancient looking. But ultimately, the mental state we see from his stoic appearance and never participating, never doing anything to better his situation. Harold is unchanging in all of his years that he spends in prison.
Quick thing, just tack onto that. After, like, you know, the 30 seconds of this aging montage, the camera slowly like widens out to show that hanging on the wall next to him, like in like the prison hospital where he stays, is a reproduction of the artwork that they stole.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, that's, doubly, I don't know, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, I don't know if it's doubly, but it's, you know, it's doubly, bad because wasn't it called like the stonemasons or something like that? It was depicting people
Oh my god,
that were
yeah.
breaking rocks essentially, and
Yeah.
Oh my god,
that's put in
that's so
prison.
perfect.
It's
Oh
put
my
in a
God, you're right.
prison like as a deliberate form of irony that some smart person put in there, knowing that nobody's going to pick up on it, and
But
maybe
Harold does.
that's what that shot is that we see that what Harold has been staring at all these years
Wow.
is that painting hanging on the opposite wall. That's brilliant, Austin.
Way to go.
Imagine this die. I'm kind of taking a couple liberties with the physical here, but you see, of all people, coming into the hospital room where Nancy is still laying more or less comatose. You see police chief Jasper Jenkins coming in. And it's not that long later. You feel like maybe being there at the party that night and being first on the scene kind of vaulted his career into a new level of success. And he kind of like comes in and he takes off his hat and he's there with two other officers, and he's like, and one of the younger guys looks at the other younger guy and just says, "Why do we have to do this? This seems really dumb." And the other one says, "Just do what the chief says." And they have found Nancy guilty of this crime, even though she is not like awake enough to defend herself or anything like that in court. And they, in a really bizarre kind of thing, they just kind of like leave a piece of paper on her bedside table, which is a warrant for her arrest. And they do that thing where they clip like a handcuff to her wrist and then one to the bed. And they just kind of shrug, and the chief says, "Well, if she ever wakes up, she's on a one-way bus trip to whatever state prison." And then they leave. And again, Nancy very much can hear that. And you hear her little heart rate monitor like start to speed up a little bit.
I'm gonna do my last white die. I imagine that with everything that's happened, Gilroy leaving, Emerson leaving, the penthouse is a little too quiet for her. So I imagine that she sells the penthouse. She doesn't even visit Nancy or Harold in prison. She doesn't do any of that. She just leaves. And she finds just a smaller, I mean, obviously an apartment, you know, for her tastes, but something smaller and closer to Navy Pier so she can look over the water. And the guilt just eats at her more and more. She becomes more reclusive. She eventually, I imagine this is probably like maybe 2-3 years after, no one hears anything from her. Like, I imagine even moving, she probably, maybe Gilroy was writing her and telling her about how things were going there, and eventually the letters that he writes come back to him because she's no longer at the penthouse and he doesn't know where she is.
Mm.
Chad.
Oh man, that hurt. That hurt in so many ways. So many ways. Okay. Yeah. Let's see. I got a physical and an emotional die. Yeah, Sarah, I'll piggyback off what you just said, and I'll use my white die to say that in their time in Paris, he does send you those letters. And the first one he writes you is like a thank you letter for even getting him this opportunity at being here and having his own show and doing all this. And then there's another one that is a very heartfelt thank you for all the years that you and him have been together, and that he still hopes for their hopes to be close, hopes to have our friendship, hopes to have all this. And then it's like, God, there's a movie, I can't remember the movie, but there's a movie where like a guy writes a ton, and I know exactly which one it is. It's The Notebook. Yeah, where he writes a fucking ton of notes. It's very much like that, where he literally will write you a letter every day. And at a certain point, it's like Harry Potter and Hogwarts, where the notes just keep coming back. They keep getting sent back, and rejection letter after reject. And I think at some point after the fourth or fifth, sixth, seventh letter starts coming back, that dread sets in so badly that what he said to her about, we can both be free of each other, starts to really pull and weigh on him.
Okay. So this die is God, I can't find my camera. Is Emerson preparing to go to one of Gilroy's shows in Paris and dressing up and putting on a suit he hasn't worn since New Year's, and putting cigarettes in the pocket to prepare for the night. He reaches in and feels a folded up piece of paper that he pulls out and opens up, kind of half remembering the crazy evening where he got it. It says, "Take good care of him. He was my everything, and now he's yours. Have the happiness you deserve." And he'll just smile at that and fold it back up and pull out his like pocketbook and slide that into it, put that back in his pocket, and just kind of consider that.
This white die represents Oliver some years later, still in this hospital bed, still in some stage of recovery, watching television, and there's a news report about how this painting has been found in Europe. And for the first time, he seems like he is starting to make plans again. We see that his brain starts churning, starts mechanizing again, of how maybe, just maybe, he can turn things around and regain some of what in his mind he lost.
This black die is the death of Harold E. Decker. It is sometime in the 70s. It's been many years that he's been in prison. And he's lying in his bunk. The sound of his labored breathing through the oxygen mask. And he hears a voice in the room with that sort of echo of that you get from a little bit of a too large space with not much to dampen the sound, but also the same kind of sound you would hear in a quiet, relatively quiet prison at night. It's Nancy's voice saying, "Do you think it's bad luck?" And he sees her standing there in his cell. And he stands up. He takes off the oxygen mask and he says, "To hell with bad luck." And he goes in for a kiss. And he looks down at where Nancy has driven the knife into his heart. And Harold does not wake up that morning. I still have one white die left too.
Jesus.
Oh my god.
Fantastic, Jacob.
Okay. Fuck, that changes shit a little bit.
That hurts me so bad.
This is
Notice it was Nancy, not Sydney, he thought about. Sorry.
black
know.
dye. I know. This black dye is Nancy waking up from her coma. And she has kind of been coming around the last couple of days. It is several years later after the incident. And she is having to physically learn how to walk again and how to write and how to eat and all of it. And it's excruciating and it's painful. And even through all of this, she knows that as soon as her recovery is complete, she's going straight to prison. And it's hard for her to kind of go day by day trying to get better, knowing that that's kind of all that is waiting for her. And she would try, like very much like Gilroy did, would be trying to find Sydney to write a letter to, and they all come back, return to sender. And she assumes that, oh God, we all vanished. There we go.
I was
Jesus.
about to say, I was like, oh no, what happened?
Everybody dies.
Everyone's dead.
And yeah, and she, even though she knows that Sydney has done this to her, it still breaks her heart that she can't talk to her again.
Okay. This is my black die. It's my final die. If we all remember from Act 1 where Sydney talked about her one painting of Navy Pier, it's this moment. It's dark, it's rainy, there's thunder and lightning that lights up the sky, and the Ferris wheel is going around, but there's nobody on it. And she looks around and she's watching the waves crash, and it's just going from winter to spring, so there's still some ice on the lake, at least this close to shore. And I imagine that this is where she gets the courage and she jumps. And we just see the camera, we just see as her body hits the ice, water kind of backsplashes up, and we just see her just kind of floating under this sheet of ice. And to make Chad hurt more, because I need it, Chad gets probably about a month after it happens, maybe 2, gets a letter. And it's a letter from Sydney.
Oh.
And it explains that the only reason he's getting this letter is because she's gone. And it gives him a number of her attorney to call because she left everything she had to him. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Last one. That's my last one. I have nothing left.
That's great. That's, oh my God. Okay.
I've been crying.
I know. Me too. And if it's not the last black die that I have, huh? Okay. Who wants to make each other cry more? Oh, okay. All right, kids. The word of the day is grief. Starts with the letter G. Sesame Street taught me well. The last die. I will say this, and then Austin, do you still have one left, or okay, 2 left. 2 left. Okay. My last black die, I think, Austin, will set up whatever you have left, I think. Because you'll be whatever. We enjoy a moment of prosperity, I think. Emerson and I. We have a moment, a brief couple of years of prosperity where things seem to be going good. Paris was great to us, but now we got to come back home, right? Paris was great, but now we got to come back home. Everything seems to be on the up and up. Everything seems to be good. Then when we get home, I believe that's when we come home because you sent that letter. We come home because now that's our home. And that is so painful because he has to live with the fact that that incident happened there too. But somehow they make the most of it. Somehow they do find a way to make a home. A year later after this, there's a knock at the door. And we see a very familiar face show up at the door. Mr. Crimson arrives at our doorstep. And this is easily 4 or 5 years later, after all of this has happened. After we've come back from Paris, after we've done all this. He arrives at the door and says, "Hello, sir. I was wondering if you had a moment to speak to me." Yes, sir. Absolutely. Please feel free to come in. Right. Well, you see, there is a little bit of a matter of painting. Last one. Missing from R. A painting? Yes. And then it occurs to him that something may have been wrong with the painting. Something that they took that painting to Paris. Something happened. Why would he be here? And so now he turns it to Emerson. And like it's him and M sitting on a love seat together. Mr. Crimson sitting across from us, and we're being accused of potentially providing a fake.
Damn.
Is that?
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out,
Okay.
did we, so when we took the painting,
It was checked out by
right, but what were we
Crimson.
supposed to be delivering it to them in Paris, or okay.
It was supposed to be delivered to his buyer by within within 24 hours of that.
Okay,
So-
I thought I misunderstood. For some reason
Yeah.
I thought that we were like taking the money that we already had that I had as the broker for the painting and then going to Paris and selling it to another person and like double profiting. I thought we were fucking
no, we
over
could
Crimson.
oh god, we could totally do that. No, that's totally fine. If that's what you
I
want
thought
to do,
happened too.
that's
Because then if
totally
Crimson's
fine, too.
coming to be like, like
Hey.
you screwed over my employer and no one screws over my employer. So okay, so what I'd like to say is this, because I want to. This is a fiasco, right? This black die is Emerson's old instincts kicking in and him dispatching Mr. Crimson in their brand new apartment, turning to Gilroy and saying, "We have to get the fuck out of here right now." And packing a bag and trying to start fleeing the country, maybe to Barbados.
Again. We just got back. We're figuring shit out. We have to go back. We have to go back out there, and
Too visible here.
I love that. I love.
At least you have lots of money now.
We have lots of money.
There you
We
go.
have lots of things.
Cash everything out and just
Cash
live
everything
on the
out.
beach.
Live on the beach somewhere in the middle of nowhere. But you know what? It's horrible because we can never show our faces again. So we have to be completely incognito everywhere we go. I love it.
Okay, my last die is also a black die. And it also represents the death of my character. Sometime later, he has managed to hastily scrawl a few notebooks full of plans that are sitting on a bedside table where it's obvious that those plans will never come to fruition because he has died in his hospital bed. But the interesting thing is when the doctors and the stewards come in to remove his body, they're discussing Oliver. And they say, it's really weird. I mean, it's the name on all of his charts and stuff is Oliver Brighton, but the only Oliver Brighton that we ever could find on record was some guy that died in France in World War II. They pull the sheet over his head.
Oh my god, that was the guy.
This is my last die. It's white. This is the scene that I've had in my head for like the last 2 or 3 hours. It's June 1946. The United States is redeploying, demobilizing from Europe, loading vehicles with equipment, loading those vehicles onto cargo ships and sending all their personnel and equipment back to the United States. It is nighttime on one of these docks where several deuce and a half vehicles are loaded down with equipment, and we see a couple flashlights. And we move into the very back inside the canvas tarp of one of these deuce and a half trucks. And sitting on either side of an open crate is Harold and Oliver. And the flashlight illuminates this painting as Harold looks at it, holding it up, and says, shines the light over to Oliver and says, I'm telling you, man, this right here is going to change our fucking lives. And then he shifts it down into the crate and the light goes out.
Beautiful. Chef kiss.
My white die is a much older Nancy. And she is obviously aging, and you see her walk into a very official, cold looking building, just like it's clearly a municipal building of some sort. She signs in on a clipboard, and then after she sits and waits, and after about 10 minutes she gets called back somewhere. It feels like it maybe is a doctor's office or something, but you can't tell. And she's standing then on the opposite side of glass with a few attendants dressed in white. And into the room on the opposite side of the glass is wheeled what appears to be a body bag. And they open it up, and it's Harold. And she nods to them, and they zip it back up and wheel it right back out the other side. And she's signing papers. And because this whole process of this level of record keeping is still fairly new. And when she gets to a line that says a relationship to the deceased, she stops writing for a second. And then she just kind of takes a deep breath and just writes husband. And that's it.
Okay. Amazing. Sara, you were out of dice. Chad is out of dice. I think everybody is out of dice except for Austin.
No,
I
Chad has
Austin.
one more, right? Because you're the.
Oh, does oh
I was
No,
gonna say.
no, you would have the last one. You have 5. You have 5 dice.
I know,
Right,
but
you have one.
but
But
I'm
you
the
still
have
first
one
one
more.
around.
But you still
Oh.
have one more, don't
Yeah,
you?
you should still have one left because that was
Did I-
Cari's
did-
fourth.
Oh,
Because this was
did
the fourth
I?
round.
Yep.
True.
Okay, then
Yep,
yeah,
that's a
I
good
do
point.
have one more. Okay, I totally skipped that. Then I put it over here thinking I'd used it. Then it would have been one white die left. I think for me, I don't know what Austin. I don't know what you have left on your board.
I got
I
one
have a
black
white-
one left.
I have a white die left, so I think the black die is perfect for you to have that. Okay, white die. We've now absconded away from the house. We've absconded to somewhere magical, somewhere peaceful, somewhere to get away. But you see, since this is an emotional die, I feel like you see him feel happy in this moment with you, but there's also this lingering grief that just never seems to go away, right? Never seems to go away, this lingering grief. And you see him go into the bedroom and into the closet that's clearly made of like bamboo or some thatching or whatever, and he slides it back, and inside it he has a small little shoebox, and inside that shoebox is a number of like trinkets and mementos from the home that he kept over, along with the letter that spoke of Sydney's passing. He has this letter that he had wrote to her finally before the last letter that he was going to send her, but didn't, because they kept coming back. But as he's sitting there looking at these, he looks out the window and he looks at you, Emerson. He looks at you, enjoying the sun, enjoying the sand, enjoying what we've now built out here. But for a moment, you see that he takes out of the box, he takes the pier, the Navy pier snow globe out of the box, and he just places it on his bedside table alongside the letter that he would have written to her and sent to her as the last letter she would have received. But he just sets that right next to his bedside table, and he then kind of gains his composure, puts the shoebox back in the closet, closes the door, grabs his Mai Tai or whatever drink that he has, and just like the flip of composure, just before they went out to the New Year's Eve party, there's that moment where he's crying and he wipes his eyes. But he walks out into the sunshine, Mai Tai in hand, enjoying what they've built. And he just gives your hand a little squeeze as he sits down into the chair next to you, enjoying the sun.
It's just a few days after that. And this die is Emerson has on his way to the market to pick up some vegetables and some groceries, but on the way decided to stop off at a local hole in the wall bar that he likes to occasion. And there's no one in there except for maybe like one guy at the bar drinking. And for a few minutes he turns to the guy and, "Oh, can I buy you a drink? I'd just like to chat." And the guy goes, "Sure." He goes, name's Emerson. What are yours?" He goes, "You can call me Mr. Scarlet." And he shoots Emerson in the head, drops the gun, and stands up and walks out of the bar.
Holy shit.
Oh my God.
That's perfect.
And I think we see like Emerson's, maybe not even like his body, but like his hand, like just like laid out on the table open, and like slowly, very slowly pull like back out of the bar and like back across, out over the beach, out over the ocean, and fade to black.
Oh my
Credits
God.
roll.
Oh, that's horrifying.
Erasmus
Holy
Productions.
Exactly.
Directed by-
Oh my God. Gilroy lost the two people he loved most.
Horribly tragic
There
story.
we go.
My
I might
God.
not die, but everyone
Everyone died
life
around
is
you.
gone.
Yeah.
I am a horrible horror show. Thank you.
My God.
That's what you get for hitching your wagon to such terrible people.
Yeah.
Wow.
As soon as I saw dead, like her dead was my thing. I was like, or very close to it or dead. I was like, well, I want a Coen Brothers like style surprise.
Absolutely.
Oh shit, bam, fall over, slumped.
I've played several games of Fiasco at this point, but this is by far the most heart-wrenchingly tragic, like Shakespearean tale.
My head.
My stomach hurts. My stomach hurts.
Yeah.
Every ounce of me.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the great thing about RPGs. You can get together with friends on a Friday night, spend 4.5 hours together, ripping each other's hearts out, making one another cry, so you can go to bed sad.
I love that Act 1 was a comedy, Act 2 was a tragedy.
Yeah.
Like, that's
I feel like
so
we have trauma
perfect.
bonding now.
We do.
Oh,
We all
God.
have trauma bonding now.
This is wild. I don't know how I thought this game was going to end, but this
wasn't a Ryan
Yeah.
Johnson like full on knives
Absolutely
out level
not.
chaos. I don't know what it was. It was so good. So
Wow.
good.
The aftermath being the juxtaposition of the entirety of the game primarily taking place in the few hours leading up to midnight, and then the aftermath taking place for over essentially the next 20 or 30 years in some cases. It's just wild.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the fact that things linger, for that long.
Cari, you thought you knew the scene I was thinking of. What were you thinking of?
What I thought, and I didn't end up going with it, was we mentioned it the first time we played, was because not a ton of people knew that they were divorced. Them buried side by side, beloved husband, beloved wife.
Oh, yeah, that would be good.
Oh,
no, I like the
I
way
went a different direction, but
wow.
Two things that happened accidentally through the role play that I thought were interesting in Harold's relationship to both Sydney and Nancy. was one, I legitimately pulled a Jake and just said Nancy instead of Sydney.
That was beautiful.
It
That
was
was
100%,
fantastic.
and I was going to correct it, but everybody's reaction to it, I was like, no, that's perfect.
It's
That
even better than
changed
that.
The
'cause
whole direction of that
It
scene.
was so
you did literally
good.
the exact same thing in the last session. I was just watching.
What?
Yeah.
What?
You
Yeah.
did.
Yeah. No, yeah, you
did.
literally called
I
Sydney
remember.
Nancy,
You
and then you were
called
like, "Oh,
Sydney
that was
Nancy.
just Jake getting the name wrong." And I
we all
love that this
accepted it.
time it was like,
Oh,
"No,
man,
at
I
this
don't
point in the
remember
character, I'm going to go with that. That makes sense."
I
Yeah.
don't remember it because I do it so often. That's just an old man Jake thing.
But again,
But the
like,
other thing
incidental
I did-
gold.
that I did with that, and I didn't think of it until I was narrating it, was the last thing that Harold thought about before he died was Nancy and not Sydney.
Mhm.
And it didn't strike me until I was narrating it. I was like, oh no, he never
Heartbreaking.
really loved Sydney.
No.
Oh, of
Or
course
he
not.
really loved Nancy more than he ever loved Sydney.
Yeah.
And like you said
Mhm.
at the end, and I think Nancy at the time thought he was just saying it to hurt her, but he did love her.
Yeah,
For a
he
time.
did say it like
Yeah,
before
said-
she
Mhm.
stabbed him.
Yeah,
I didn't love you once.
like you do.
Y'all,
Wow.
I was just not glancing. I deliberately went and looked. With the end of this session, we have spent roughly almost 12 hours telling this story, counting the initial
That
setup
tracks.
phase.
Yeah.
That's
I don't
normally
know
about
how
a month
you
worth
guys-
of gameplay.
I don't know how you guys played a game of this at AtCon in one day. Did you
Uh,
play for 12 hours?
No, we played for
It felt like it.
4.5, almost 5.
It was a long time. I don't remember
Well,
how
we
much
also-
time actually passed, but it was a
We
long
also
time.
Fiasco
had
games I played have
5.
been-
We also had 5 people, so
Yeah,
it
because
went a little faster.
Mhm.
we split up and you guys went outside while we inside were playing that game of Jenga Dread, and then we played many other games, and I came out in the
Mhm.
aftermath of your guys' session to say my goodbyes because I was heading back to my Airbnb, and it was like I had just walked into the middle of a funeral.
I remember.
I don't know what game was being played or what the role play was, but
Yeah,
It was also
was
a
no
rough
interrupting
game, from
you
what I
guys.
remember.
it was a really rough game, and
Yeah,
I do remember one of I don't know if it was a neighbor or something. I do remember somebody saying like we were getting too loud. It's just like we were outside, we were enjoying.
That's
our
every
time.
AtCon.
That's every
Yeah.
icon. No.
All right.
but yeah, no.
yeah, this
So
was
I've
amazing.
kept y'all way over, and I want to go ahead and put this game to bed so that some of you can get to bed. But thank you very, very much. This was just absolutely beyond my wildest dreams of how this could have gone. I am so shocked and traumatized and
I feel like
amazed.
this needs to happen again, though.
What's nice about this though is in comparison to like when we do the live game, like the in-person games, this is in perpetuity. Like we can go back and watch this.
Yeah,
I
Mhm.
love that.
absolutely.
I
I
will be
love
watching
it.
this
Enjoy it.
tomorrow.
Yes.
See, Jake, other
traumatized
people watch the
all over
VODs
again.
but me.
It's like you have your
Oh my
your
God.
go-to people that watch the VODs. It's me, Tamiko, Cari.
I was gonna say,
for
I
sure.
very much watch all
All-
of the
yeah,
VODs.
yeah.
And I
yes.
appreciate every one of you. I'm just not one of those people that can go back and watch my games.
Well, I appreciate all of you very, very, very much for helping to bring this story to life, to death, to whatever, to some
This
mix in
all
between.
started with
It
zoo
was-
animals. Just remember that.
Zoo,
It
yeah,
did.
Zoo Mafia.
It started with
Yep.
zoo animals.
Sure did.
Yeah, this was phenomenal. Thank you all so very, very much. I love you all. Anybody who watched along with us, thank you very, very much. Do all the things that YouTube likes to see. I hope that everybody has a wonderful, fantastic weekend, as well as a safe and enjoyable Halloween if you celebrate. Yeah,
My wedding anniversary, so I got
happy
all that
anniversary
planned.
to you as well. So yeah, we're gonna go ahead and put a ball on this thing. Thank you all so very, very much. We'll see you next time, and until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.